My goodness, is it that time again? I think it is. Yep. I dare say I think it is. I think it is. Are there any new characters showing up, or will okay, so Xylanth, there are no new characters. Sorry to disappoint. We've got them all. Thomas Theodore fan, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Fox Den. How you doing? Avoided Cat 74. Hello. Hello. Welcome on in. I gotta say hello to everybody here. But first of all, hello everyone! All at once. Welcome back to the Fox and the Fedora show, right here on Twitch, the one-stop shop for foxes and fedoras that go on all sorts of crazy adventures, and it has a genie under their hat, which is sought after by a jerk who's currently trying to possess my body. But yeah, how's everyone doing? Happy Monday. Last day of August. Gosh, where did the time go? You want to hear something funny? Oh, did I eat? Yes, I ate. That's not what's funny, though. Beowulf226, hello, how are you doing? Good to see you. Welcome on in. So, okay. We haven't played, according to my records, we haven't played Ace Attorney Investigations since July 31st. And now it's August 31st. So, yeah, it's been a whole month since we've touched this game, and it doesn't feel like it. Gunnar Gonzalez, thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome to the Fox Den. How are you doing? Welcome. All right. It's movie night tonight, and there's Oreo ice cream in the freezer. Well, that sounds lovely. Wow, one whole month that felt like 2 weeks. I know! Isn't that crazy? Like, I honestly feel like August was too short. Like, just gone, you know? Just like, it hasn't been more than a week in August. Xander, how you doing? A whole month? How dare you? I know, right? All right, roll call. Let's see. Jaego Master, Wendy Bone, Dark Cameron, Firemancer, Xander. The Invisible Name. Said Firemancer. Yep, I said Firemancer. Firecat, Avian, hello love, Xylanth. Beowulf226. Xylanth, Katyasha Lockhart. Avoided Cat 74. Shinobi Wolf, Macaroon Raccoon! How you doing, Macaroon? And that is an adorable emote. Foxy, thank you for the hugs. Steel Wolf, hello! I'm good, need a drink though. Oh, Xander, never change. Aw, thank you for the pets, yay! Let's see, did I forget anyone? Probably in a Wing Songs here. Sparky Dolph Hammerman. Let's see. Tovan. Can't forget Tovan. Oh, Tovan, thank you for the hugs. Imaginite with the boobs. You're sore? Aw. You got maybe some ice or like one of those hot and cold pads that help you? Hopefully they have something to relieve the pain. It's good to see you, Macaroon. It is great to see you. Also, yes, as Firemancer is pointing out, guys, we are now 3 away from our Conqueror's Blade goal, which is 20 signups for Conqueror's Blade, which is fantastic. We got a few more last night, which was really awesome. Thank you to everybody who jumped on board on that one. Is there a house yet, Capo? I should work on that. Fist Black, how you doing? Imaginite says, very excited to be here. Fantastic. Tonight I will sleep early, I hope. Well, when you do go, hopefully it's a good one for you. A good, sound sleep. Let's see. So, yes. We have 3 more to go on... Hope I can do it tomorrow since I'm getting my new laptop. It might be too late, Dark Cameron. I don't know. Because I think it ends after midnight. So, like, once September shows up, I think it's done. I don't know. I'd have to talk to whoever. I have to talk to the person who's kind of like my liaison and ask him, hey, what's the deets on that? But, yeah, we're looking to get at least 3 more before tonight's up. Literally, as far as I know, tonight is the last night to sign up for this and try to get 20. So what's the 20 followers thing you do? So to being right up front with you guys, if we make 20 signups for this game, Conqueror's Blade, then there's actually support for the stream. They will basically fund the stream. That's what will happen. So if we get 20, the stream gets a boost. So there you go. The deets. Yes, the deets. The mastermind is here. I thought you'd see that. Hey, Busy Jay. How you doing, Jay? What's new? But anyway, yes. So we're trying to get 3 more signups before tonight. All you gotta do is type !Conqueror's Blade, or just see what Firemancer has dropped in the chat right there. And use that link, sign up, download the game. Might take a little while, but eventually you'll get there. Play through the tutorial, and you're counted. Just like that. And when you sign up, you get free stuff. 7 days of free premium stuff. So there you go. Extra little bonus for you. So yes, and for those who do not know what it is a tactical MMO set in medieval times, but it also has guns, or in this case a musket, which is, you know, another option. So there's swords, muskets, dual wielding knives, you know, the whole shebang. So saboops, my gosh. But yes, if we can get just 3 more, we will make our goal for the month, which would be awesome if we could do. All right, hey, let's see what's going on. What's going on? Oh, right, we have to solve the final case in Ace Attorney Investigations. That might be important. Yeah, might need to still do that because we've got a lot of unresolved stuff. Lots of unresolved stuff. Oof! Wheelie Husky, hello! We stand prosecutor boy. Fletcher K, thank you for the 2 and resub for 4 months. Welcome back and thank you for that support, my friend. I really do appreciate that. And Wheelie Husky, thank you for the hosts. Appreciate. Okay. So since we're standing prosecutor boy, hey George, can you get the music? Can you get the music? Music, George. Music, George. Thank you, George. Thanks, George. Oh, George, you're lovely. Okay, you know what? And hype in chat for George, who is just the best. I really, really love George. George has been picking up the slack since Carl, and we're not sure what happened to Bob. So at this point, you know, hyper clap for George. You know, just so fast. All right, so let me just go down here and get the thing. George Jetson? No, not George Jetson. George Watson. Yeah, that's his name. George Watson. But he just prefers George because he likes George. So, yeah, George. Hello, Beatlesman421. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Fox Den. How are you doing? Boop George Watson. All right, well, I guess George Watson got booped. You hear that, George? You got booped. All right, well, now that we've successfully booped George Watson, I think it's time to get on with the show. Beatlesman241. John Paul George Ringo. It's the initiatory boop. Ah, yes, the very important initiatory boop. Oh, hey, what are you doing? No, not the chocolate syrup. Oh, I gotta get like a sound effect for that. That'd be fun. I gotta get more sound effects for like everything, like when the cake falls or the chocolate syrup's dumped on me or something like that. All right, let's get on with the show. Boop. All right, here we are, ready to go. Getting all this up there. Won't be active in here often tonight, but hope you have a good one. Okay, invisible name, that's all right. That is A-okay one way or another. It's been 11 years already? I feel old. All right, let's get it going. You might want to turn it up just a little bit, just a tad bit. Oops. All right, we are at the end. By the way, the end is 3 parts long. So with that being said, buckle up. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, doesn't it feel like we've been standing here a month yet not? So now we know who the Yatagrasso really was. Yes, it was some assassin lady. And it was a detective. And it was a lawyer. And yet, there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. Like how the weapons crossed country lines, for example. The 2 countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Smuggling them in, huh? We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. Yes, we should have been doing that in the first place, in my opinion, but you know, baby steps. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Unnecessary evidence has been quietly discarded in the trash, where Macaroon Raccoon will go through and steal it and then sell it to somebody, maybe the bad guy, for lots of money. Because that's what raccoons do. Hey, there's a VCR here, sir. That's some good police work right there. I'm glad you were able to figure that out. Now we can see what's on the tape Detective Bad gave us. Oh right, we got that. This piece of evidence from the KG8 incident, hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Raccoons do that? Slander storms out with stolen goods. Well, I mean, so do foxes in some cases, but we usually don't go for the trash cans. We go for other things like your wallet and your cell phone and game controllers and your car keys and you know, basically whatever we can get our paws on. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us. Sure thing, sir. That sounds like a lot of work. No, there's an old bag not in this room. Oh. This man. It's Manny Cochand. And he's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. You're also still girlfriends. Buddy of mine likes taking pictures of salmon and clothes. He says it's like shooting fish in a... You get that if you can hear it. Alright. Blackjack Horse, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Fox Den. How are you doing? An apartment building? How do you figure that? Unlike you, I actually read the summary file on the KG8 incident. And the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. So this footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building. At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow someone was able to steal it and hide it through a Mr. Ernest Amano. Doing excellent in the middle of my vacation, have burritos? Nice! can see how this would have been a definitive piece and why someone would want to hide it. But it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to the case we're working on now, sir. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that. Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader. Where? Stop pressing rewind and fast forward so fast you're gonna break the tape! Wait, what was that? What was what? What would you say? Huh? That bit you played just now. Please show it to me again. I don't know if I can do that, sir. This is a VCR, not a DVD player. Well, oh no, you went too far! Now it's all the way back at the beginning! This car. This is something we cannot overlook. Why is that, sir? Look here, Detective Gumshoe. Oh. It's an embassy car. You just get the cursor on top of it. Take that! That ought to do it. This is the national flag of the Principality of Kodapia. And because it has the national flag on it, we know this to be an official government car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, what was a government car doing there? Hey, Fizzy J. Sad to say there's no new voices. Oh, this guy. Oh yeah, he had like a French accent. Ah, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth. So you were here all this time. He's got an old voice though. Ambassador Alba? Thank you very much for continuing the investigation. Even at this time of night. Edgeworth is Austin Powers for the next conversation. Sorry, Fizzy J, it's sticking with this voice for the rest of the show. You'll have to catch me on another game. If only I was even a tiny bit more careful. Sorry, Jay. Keep it for next time. CEC Furry, hello, how you doing? This tragedy would never have happened. I am truly sorry. This wasn't your fault, sir. This had nothing to do with how careful you were. You idiot carcass! You couldn't chase after a simple thief! And now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that? Wolflink! Thank you for the tier 1 resub for 6 months! Appreciate that. Welcome back, Wolflink. How you doing? 6 months sub to a handsome fox. Don't be... Oh, thank you. Hype in chat for Wolflink. Thank you, Wolflink. Really do appreciate that. How have you been? How have I been, CEC Fur? Are you talking to me or are you talking to Dark Cameron? Just making sure. Just making sure. I'm doing well. Fantastic, Wolflink. Fantastic. Excuse me? Wait a minute. Why would you want us to stop the investigation? Very suspicious. Battle Mage Azulio, how you doing? Welcome on in. I heard you've apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down. And we are in, that's starting to turn German. And we are in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. We can't exactly have the police and the detectives walking around here forever, no? You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel. We must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues. Why don't we leave the rest to the Alabastian and Babalese police? Ambassador, we are so close! Just a little more and... Miss Von Karma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. And without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right? That's true. However, as he said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Alabastrian soil. In which case, we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Very curious, how you doing? Saboops. I'm doing well, CEC Furry. Hope you're doing well. Is this really where our investigation ends? And that's the end of the game. Whoop! Shifu, we found Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Shifu, this way. Oh, he's back. Yo. Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly. If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor. Agent Lang, why have you returned? Because I have to solve this case no matter what. And I'm sorry to inform you, and don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable. At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close. Very curious, thank you for the host! Not so bad! Ambassador Alba, I get it now. I really do. Oh? I'm very glad you understand how I feel. No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder. He does? You... No? The... Killer? Darn it, I can't finish the sentence. You guys finished it for me. Do you really mean that, Agent Lang? And wow, did you guys coordinate that or something? That was very impressive. Wolves don't lie. No, you're right. Wolves are pretty honest. Foxes lie. Then who is it? Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Cochin's murder. That was all Shina. Lang Shi says, the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. Oh, hello! Colfie Cola! Hey, come in with a raid! Since we don't have any music playing, let's get the raid music going. Colfie Cola! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, raiders! For those who do not know me, I am the Fox in the Fedora. I'm a fox who wear fedora, and I go all sorts of crazy adventures, aka play games for you. I'm a variety streamer. Welcome in, raiders. Hello, Soto, Swordsman Andrew. Hello, another fur butt. Yes, another fur butt right here. I am very honest about the things I do. That is actually true, Xander. You very much are. But welcome in, raiders. How you doing? Colfie Cola, how's it going? Did I get your name right? I hope I got your name right. Let me know if I did not, though. Hey, Colfie Cola, how was your stream? Battling Bear, welcome on in. I did? Fantastic. How was your stream, Colfie? What'd you play? What was going on tonight? While we continue on with this little investigation of our own, you know. The truth is unexpectedly simple. It was okay, some internet oh. That always sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, Colfie. Fall Guys in League of Legends? I still hope it was at least somewhat fun, you know? So let me ask you this. Who do you think was Damask 2's killer? Oh, right, there was a double homicide. Night Fox Nirvana, hello! Wait, what? What? It was you, Franziska von Karma. What? Colfie Cola, thank you for the follow. I was the killer? Yeah, what? How did... How did we come to this conclusion? I need to hear this. Hey, wait, but that's impossible. Yeah! Although, that whip is actually quite... And there it was. Battling Bear, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome to the Fox Den. Hold your tongue in that ludicrous remark you were about to make. Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder? Yeah, I am. He doesn't appear to be joking. Hey, sis. I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? Yes, he did. But what does that have to do with anything? I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabast and Babal, did you not?
Objection!
And where is your evidence that I am the killer?
Not so fast!
Don't tell me he's got it. I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission? With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? Good. Then let's move out. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. She seems rather upset, not that I blame her. Ha! I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part, and so that I may clean up my superior's mess. I thought Ford did it. Nah, Ford's innocent. This time. I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery. Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in the Alabast yet. If you let Kay in, then you gotta let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble. Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay? Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and raring to go. As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over. Sounds like this is going to get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride. Very well, very well. But I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance. I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go. I think Lang's trying to fake us out, not sure, but that's the vibe I'm getting. But why would he be faking us out? Okay, now let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Cochin's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babal. The weapon that took his life was one of Alabast's ornamental knives. And then the body of Damask II, Mr. Kashi Nu, was found here in the Alabastian ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was the Primadou statue. He's crafty like what were you gonna say, Fletcher K? What were you gonna say? Oh, I know what you're gonna say. Moose, right? He's crafty like a moose. And that this is actually Babal's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it. Exactly. Sis, if it wasn't you, then there's no one else who could have pulled this off.
Objection!
Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you are saying? Of course I do, sis. And I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. And so, while people were distracted by the Yatagarazu's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. Aw, thank you for the hug, Blackjack. I appreciate the hug. You and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire.
Objection!
Even if all that's were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons? Don't worry. I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that, too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across country lines. Hey, now. Look, sis, I thought I already told you. I'm not messing around here. Ah! This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring, but Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He is right in saying that she is a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring could it not be deeper than what any of us can imagine? Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already! Franziska, you need to calm down, because you only know the facts of the Alabastrian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole, and therefore solve it. What? But don't worry, I am taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence. That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. But can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of Damask II. You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of Damask II is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation. As long as I have no good counterargument to his hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started. Yes, let's. Alright, so our goal is to, oof! Hi, Hammerman. Our goal is to prove, or not to prove, well, we have to prove that the murder of Damask II is connected to the smuggling ring, and then we have to explain how the murder weapons crossed borders without any guards seeing it. Our goal is oof, yes. Oh yeah, Firemancer, don't worry about Avoided Cat. Avoided Cat was all good. One of Alabast's knives were used in Babal to murder Mr. Cochin. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damask II is Babal's Primadou statue. Hey, Wingsong, how's it going? Agent Lang has accused Franziska of murder. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. So as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Franziska will remain a suspect. You got it, Mr. Prosecutor. So why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss. Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about? By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Lang Shi never said anything to that effect. You prosecutor. Who do you think you are speaking about Lang Shi's proverbs like that? I don't need his proverbs, because my words are all you will need to see the truth. Alright. Let's see here. One of Alabast's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Cochin. Yes, that is true. Thank you for the hugs, Hammerman. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damask II is Babal's Primadou statue. Also a fact. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security.
Hold it!
Let's talk about this for a second. Impenetrable? I should hardly think so.
Knock them back!
You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Crypto Hound, how you doing? Who in the world could cross over that? Wait a minute. We do know somebody who crossed over, didn't we? Didn't Larry? Larry can cross between the borders. In his stupidity, didn't he cross between the borders? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I seem to remember Larry being able to do that. Yeah, not even I could climb over that thing with all that barbed wire. The only way into either embassy is through the doors in the Theatrum Neutralis. So the only way for the knife and the primitive statue to traverse the two countries is through those security camera equipped, well-guarded doors. The only way Larry also was trying to get a date with Old Bag. Yeah, but he didn't know it was Old Bag, so you know.
Hold it.
Let's keep talking about this. Was Francisca really the only person to have traveled between the two countries? According to the guards at both doors, she's the only one to go back and forth. The sis there was in Alabast when the Yatagarasu showed. And then, just before you guys found Mr. Cochin's body, she entered Babal. I think we can assume that's when she brought the knife into Babal.
Objection.
Then how do you explain the Primidu statue? I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines. The only things to cross the border are the Primidu statue and the knife. I should hardly think that those are the only two items, Agent Lang. We do have something that crossed over. Hold the phone. There's more to this. Let's see. There's definitely more to this. Wait, what if one of the murder weapons was actually hidden in that flying thing that was mentioned the last time we were here? So I don't think it was in the the Iron Infant, the inflatable baby. It's a good idea, but it might prove something. Huh. Okay. Could have co-conspirators? I'm betting that's what it is, because Sheena was operating in the embassy as well. So Sheena was definitely on board. Hey, Ultimately 16, how you doing? The flowers? I don't see how the flowers would prove anything. But maybe... Two large flowers in bloom, the vines are supported by stakes. Fountain spouts. Yeah, because wasn't Larry able to, like, swim between the two countries by literally diving into the wells that were on both sides once the water got low enough? At least I think that was what Larry was doing. Is there anything else? Quite a few things I could have traversed. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. Photo taken after the first fire on the 4th and 5th floors had taken place. Paper document, counterfeit bills. Revolving fireplace, no, that wouldn't make any sense, because that's only on one side of each building. You know, I'm thinking the answer is probably Larry's inflatable baby. Because that's going over the wall if I'm looking here. I mean, it's technically going over the wall, so... Yeah? Inflate-A-Baby, yeah. Gosh. Well, we got enough health to spare, so we could try it. Golden Ray, hello, how are you doing? Good to see you. Alright, you know what? We're gonna give this a shot and see what happens.
Objection!
Nope, that is not correct. Either that or it's in the wrong spot. Let's try pressing some more stuff. Let's see here. Okay, let's press some more stuff, just to see. So you're saying that the primitive statue was also brought over by Francisca? Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense.
Hold it!
And how exactly did she bring it over? I haven't figured that out yet. That's a rather weak statement considering how sure you are. Maybe. But there is one thing I do know for sure. Well, that was no help. Wait, maybe we just presented the wrong statement. What if we present it here?
Objection!
Crap.
Knuckle back!
No, that's not it either. Are you going to let him lecture you about your self-confidence like that? My gosh. Alright, somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. I feel that's a weak line right there. I feel that's the weakness. But what proves it's not impenetrable? What proves it's not impenetrable? Okay. Two countries share the building with borders, okay. Stabbed. Alabaster knife. Yadagros's key. Bobal's primitive statue. Isn't the fireplace the way past? No, the fireplace only goes into the next room on that side of the, the building. It doesn't lead to the other side of the building, sadly. Copying paper, counterfeit bills, samurai spear. Hey, Dodger, how you doing? All right, Beowulf, have a good one. Take it easy. I'm thinking. Okay. Maybe it might be the spear. Pretty good, Dodger. Just trying to solve a double murder mystery here. Oof. Yes, thank you for shouting out Dodger. Guys, if you haven't checked out Dodger, please do. Fantastic streamer. Please, please, please go drop Dodger a follow. I think... No, you, Dodger. That might, you know what? I'm thinking Larry might be the key because, wait a minute. I just thought of something. Larry was pushing, oh my goodness, Firemancer, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Dodger. Enjoy the emotes, Dodger. Thank you for the support, Firemancer. I have an idea. What if, okay, Larry was pushing a cart that had the Iron Infant inflatable doll inside of it. That cart could have been used to smuggle the weapons back and forth because when Miles met Larry in the hallway, not knowing it was Larry, he was coming from Babal and heading to Alabast. Which means that the spear might be the answer. Please, please, for the money.
Objection!
Really? Okay, I guess that's not it either. Welcome to Ace Attorney in a nutshell. You just try everything until you lose all your health and then finally get it right. It's gotta be that. It's gotta be... The answer has to be Larry. Why not Larry himself? Because you can't actually like present people in this version or in this game. It has to be evidence only. Hair sticks with a candy stripe pattern on them. There's some dirt on the tips. Mask's notes. Okay, I'm going to... Where were the plants? The plants are in this office right here. Carcass Alba's,
Hold it!
Let's try pressing again. Was Francisca really the only person who had traveled between the two countries? According to the guards at both doors, she is the only one to go back and forth. The sis there was in Alabas when the Yatagarasu showed. And then just before you guys found Mr. Cochin's body, she entered Babal. I think we can assume that's when she brought the knife into Babal.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the Primadew statue? I haven't figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines. The only things to cross the border are the Primadew statue and the knife. I should hardly think that those are the only two items, Agent Lang. Yeah, it has to be at that spot. But what? We know more things travel between. Hey, Careless Dragon, how you doing? Lurking? Thank you for the lurk. He was used as a weapon. Yeah, the wire? Good length of wire that was found wound up inside Babal's grandfather clock. Don't think so. Two fires broke out in Babal today. Touched for details. The first fire at the Bobbly's embassy occurred during the Gem and Ninja show. The fire occurred on the 4th and 5th floors, and it took until the end of the show to put the fire out. The second fire at the Bobbly's embassy occurred after the Gem and Ninja show. The fire occurred on the 3rd floor, and Mr. Cochin's office caught fire during this. I think I figured it out. Otovan, you're more than welcome to, wait a minute. Wait. Somehow these two objects were able to... No! More than one object, more than two objects crossed the border. You had to have put the fake Primadew statue over here. Yeah, there would be a third one. So how does that... So that would have been this one? No, Lang doesn't know it's a fake. Yeah, the one in this office is fake. And I don't think Lang knows that. At least I don't think he does, because wasn't he investigating somewhere else at the time? No, he was here when we were talking to Larry. So maybe he does know. Okay, well, we still have enough health to spare, but we'll... Sayin boobs. Chanel, how you doing? Okay, oh boy. Maybe we're... Hold on. The murder weapon in the killing of Damas 2 is Babal's Primadew statue. Let's make sure we get that right. It was a fake, but was swapped with the real one is originally from Alabast. So he does know. Just woke up from a nap? Well, I hope you had a good nap, and I'm doing very well, thank you. So he does know it's a fake. Alabast used to be real. Has been swapped with a fake from Babal. Okay, so he does know that this is a fake. Found the open air stage. No. Samurai dogs. Don't the statues have different names? No, they're both called the Primidu statue. The blade is definitely Alabastian. Was this carried across country lines? One of Alabast's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Cochin. And the murder weapon and the killing of... Okay, so we got that, yeah. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you talking to Francisca. The country is different? Well, yeah. But I don't think that really matters. Not gonna lie, this is tough. This is quite tough. I'm honestly not sure what to use here. How many statues do you have in evidence? Well, we have 2 statues in evidence. I still think it's one of the statues. You guys might be right, but he seems to know that they were already switched. So maybe that's his contradiction? Is that he said the wrong statue is the weapon? If I remember correctly. Hold on. Let's go back to the statues. Nope. So we have Babal's Primidu statue. It was a fake, but was swapped with the real one. Is originally from Alabast. Okay. So that was... So Babal's Primidu statue is actually Alabast's Primidu statue. And then we have Alabast's Primidu statue. Used to be real, but has been swapped with a fake from Babal. Was used as a weapon. And he does know it's from Babal. But he's not counting the other statue. He's only counting the one statue. He's just counting the knife and the and the murder weapon statue. He's not counting the other one, which means it's not the weapon one he's talking about. He doesn't know about the real one. At least I don't think he does. I'm giving this a shot.
Objection!
Oh my gosh, there it was. Agent Lang, those 2 items are not the only 2 to cross the border tonight. Oh? The masked 2 was killed with Babal's Primidu statue, yes. But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabast's Primidu statue go? To Babal. Precisely. And if the 2 statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies. I guess so. But you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items, only that the sis is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between the Alabast and Babal is her. That's not true. Is that really true? No, it ain't. Was there no one else who traveled between the 2 countries? Actually, there was. There was definitely another person. That's what I've been saying. One who paid a visit to both sides of the wall.
Objection!
Is that really so, Agent Lang? What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guard said along with the security camera's footage. You're not gonna overturn my hypothesis that easily. But suppose there was some other way other than through the theater doors. What other way? The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I pointed out, it would open up a whole new possibility. Though I hesitate to bring this out. As long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility. It looks like you've got some clever idea in mind. I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence. Fine. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me this other route. This piece of evidence will show us another way to move between the two countries. Hello, Inflate-A-Baby, which is really, really weird. Agent Lang, I'm sure you are familiar with this unforgettable photo. That supernatural photo, like I said before. Humans can't fly. I know a few that could. No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well. And don't start claiming that Sheena somehow grew wings either. I wouldn't dream of claiming that. And I won't allow you to take back what you said either. I'll say it again, it's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you'd better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor. How can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible? Eureka! Very well. You will have your explanation. Superheroes do count, Xander! It sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo's blurry trailed shadow is... No, would it be the fake statue? Maybe it would be the fake statue. Because maybe Sheena used the wire and did a bit of a Robin Hood thing where they attached the statue like a zip line and maybe it wasn't the Inflate-A-Baby. Maybe it was the statue.
Take that!
Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the Primidu statue replica. You can't be serious! The Yatagarasu, or rather Callisto Yu dressed as Agent Sheena, was inside Babal. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air. Ha! Mr. Prosecutor! You left out a very crucial bit in your explanation. Warrior Wolf, hello! I know I did. She launched it through the air? Ha! And how exactly did she do that? He is literally baring his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech. He called you into his office, right? But just before the murder, Francisco was called here right into this very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Miss Von Karma. Oh? What are you up to now, pretty boy? Earlier you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer. Yeah, I guess I did say something like that. In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is. Ha! Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth? How dare you! As I've said numerous times, there is absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Even the llamas are starting to complain. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too! I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time, which is why I would like to hear about your movements in this room. Francisca, I feel that I still don't have enough information, which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case. Alright. So, what would you like me to talk about? I'd like you to please testify to your movements in this room until the murder occurred. Alright, let's try this your way for a change. But if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, I'll place her under arrest faster than you can howl no! As you wish. Lady Octopus! How you doing? As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian embassy. After I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security detail. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. Francisca, I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. For now, the only way that I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Francisca about her testimony in more detail. For a minute, I thought I was calling Lady Octopus Francisca. This is the long haul? Oh yeah, this is the long haul. Lang should have been voiced by the hissy voice announcer? Nah, he's got like a Wolverine voice. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian embassy. I'm gonna do the voice here. I saw the Steel Samurai off on the way towards the ambassador's office. I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security detail.
Hold it!
Oh, I do have an idea. I've played this before. Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation for even the speech? For security's sake. Of course. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how the Yatagarasu had planned on getting in, right? Yes, I suppose you're right. And in the end, the Yatagarasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden, even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Who would have thought that she would use a shadow? Calm down, Francisca. She must still be nursing a grudge over the fact she couldn't figure it out for herself. Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden, and we were aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter. Let's press this one. At that time, the masked two's body had yet to be found in this room, is that correct? That's right. But Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence. A criminal will say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying? Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you. Thank you. Seriously? Like I keep telling you, when I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill, watering his plants. I can attest to that. I remember speaking with a lovely lady around that time here in my office. All right then, add that statement to your testimony and let's hear some details. So Ambassador Alba was in the room at the time, was he? That puts a hole in things. Ambassador Alba was watering the flowers on the windowsill. You mean these flowers? Very nice flowers. But let's press that first. For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How do you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants on the windowsill? Oh, what do you mean by that? The entrance to this room is on this side, however, the window is on the opposite side. If what you say is true, then when you entered the room, his body would have been like a wall. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Isn't that not correct? Oh, that is true. I mean, Ambassador Alba, with that huge cloak on, he's pretty big. I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. But fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had obtained them himself and is growing them with the utmost care, you know. Yes. The plants in this room, they are all like my children. The passion flowers in the flower box in the windowsill are growing beautifully, too. All 4 of them are in... Four? Miss Von Karma, what did you say just now? I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand? What do I not understand? I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is. 2 + 2 = 4. Yes, 2 + 2 = 4. I'd like you to append that statement to your testimony. Very well. There were 4 large passion flowers. Hey, thank you for the follows, Zuboys. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Fox Den. How are you doing?
Objection!
Golf ball goes flying. Francisca. For some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way. Ha! I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your words, sis. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this? Ugh. Yes, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir. Eek. All I've done is state what I saw. I have made not a single mistake in my testimony, and for this I am still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles? At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant. Ha! Then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine that flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy. They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth. I understand. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Hello? This patch of soil looks as though it has had something removed from it. What are you doing, Mr. Prosecutor? Why'd you clam up all of a sudden? I'm still here, waiting for an explanation, you know. Did you know, Agent Lang? Flowers are best appreciated in silence. Shh. It looks like 2 things were pulled out of this flower box. The name of these flowers, I believe they're called called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they are actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well and are well supported by these plant supports. Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only two here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you. Miles Edgeworth! Hurry up and shut this man up for me already! I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? Well, we do have that evidence! I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require. Oh, you do you? You have such confidence in the face of your current plight, but I highly doubt it'll last until the end. You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang, but we'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark after you see this evidence. The truth the passion flowers reveal can be seen in this piece of evidence. And I give you... the hair sticks.
Take that!
Sheena, who was supposedly in Babal the entire time, had these hair sticks on her that look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers. Heh, and so what? Is this really all that important to the case? Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight. Ayah! Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabast, but somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babal the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow just like the knife and statue. Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babal. How did these support sticks find their way to Babal, and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. Aha! So that's why! Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape. Hello, Quail. How you doing? It's just another stick, isn't it? And so it is. But the shape of the support sticks is what is important. For when they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. And the object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is... oh! Crossbow!
Eureka!
That's a crossbow. Wait, you're not really suggesting... I am. These hair sticks, or rather plant support sticks, they make for perfect arrows. Ayah! I've done it. I found the common thread that connects the two offices. This thread has yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together.
Knuckle back!
Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all. It was Robin Hood? Yes, that's who did it. Or Batman, sure. So Babal's statue was draped in the Yatagarasu's clothes, and then shot over here? Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the primitive statues didn't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you? The primitive statues didn't sprout wings? Of course they didn't. Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact. It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary to this equation. Why? What? You need to be free. You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The primitive statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time, and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. Okay. So, what then? Even if you fire the arrows from the side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the primitive statues didn't sprout wings. Okay. The statues didn't need wings to fly. Then how would you explain things? I'm almost looking forward to whatever fantastical explanation you come up with. Well, that led to nothing.
Hold it.
But we are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct? But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless. Oh, I see what's going on here. He thinks somebody tied it to an arrow. No, Lang. I'm gonna skip past that. Hey, Brittany, how you doing? You don't use arrows and crossbow, you use bolts, but most modern crossbows shoot arrows, or maybe the right way to put it is modern crossbows mostly shoot arrows. How you doing, Brittany? Uh-oh, my cat is in the room. Oh, Xylanth, really? It wasn't a statue that was tied to the arrows. Then what did the crossbow launch? What if it launched this?
Objection.
Chilling out? Hooray! Finally. Okay, here you go, Xylanth, before we continue. There you go. Finally, we have reached this point in our discussion. For I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow. Heh. I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you are trying to say. Thank you for the lurk, Xander. You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Cochin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy down to the 3rd floor of the Babalese Embassy. If what you're claiming is really what happened, I can see how Alabast's primitive statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then, what about Babal's primitive statue? The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babal, going in the opposite way of the gravity from the 3rd floor of the Babalese Embassy up to the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy. How do you explain that? Aha, I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick works. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head. Ford did it, case goes. Now we've already disproved Ford. Also, Quail, why are you confusion? Motion. What motion? This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babal's primitive statue. Swinging motion? No, rotary. I think. Fist Black says rotary, so... Foxes are silent creatures, right? Not necessarily. Oh! Fisk! That's brilliant! That's a brilliant idea! I believe it was done via rotary motion. If the two statues were transported simultaneously... Simultaneously? Get real! The statues would collide somewhere along the way. Did I ever say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices? If you shot an arrow with the two ends of a wire tied to it, it is like Robin Hood! A circular belt can be formed. Yes, we do like to scream. Lang Shi says, don't object to call a success what is beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension difference between the two wires, the top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyway. Agent Lang, As you know, the primitive statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure, and the fact that Babal's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue, it would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible. Lang Shi says, "Oh!" Here is what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mystery co-conspirator set themselves up in the two different rooms. The co-conspirator abridged the rooms by shooting the two ends of the wire down on one arrow. Sorry, I forced my hand, Fox. Then the two of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babal, where it was to be disposed of. Aw, thank you for the hug, Foxy! And to do that, Miss Yu had it inside the grandfather clock, QED. Ha! This proves it, right, Agent Lang? That I'm not the killer. Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Oh, give it up, Lang. Right, Mr. Prosecutor. The proof is in the pudding, as it were. Pudding is a nice dessert. Well, we found our raid message. Pudding is a nice dessert. So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I agree that as long as there is no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what a nice segment to have come back to. Wasn't pudding originally savory? I guess. What I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence. One more? This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? But how can you have pudding if you don't eat your meat? Maybe he already had his meat, and therefore now he wants the pudding. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire. I believe that it is right here in this very room. Now then, I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible. As Fist Black said, there's a fan! Ha! Looks like you dropped another bomb on us again. The last piece to the trick are two pulleys. Precisely. The ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact that there is one installed in each of the offices, the ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run on. Thank you for the alert, Koyo! 2 howls in one night! The origin of English pudding dates back to 1305, where the Middle English word potting connoted a meat-filled animal stomach. Thankfully, the word evolved to pudding and took on an entirely different meaning. In the US and Canada, pudding is a milk-based dessert similar to custard. Well, we learn something every day. This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security. You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you? The person who set this up, this rather large and complex stage show, needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabastian and Bobbli's offices, and that the passion flower's support stakes could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case... Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food. Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? If you can't say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do? A single point of the finger here, and this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now but to rush in. There is a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. There is? Gee, I wish I knew. Somebody would have to know about the ceiling fan. I already know who it's gonna be, but I'm like, what's the evidence to prove it? Is it Mr. Cochin? Well, Mr. Cochin's dead, but it's possible. Piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. Somebody who would have to have knowledge of the room. The trump card? Evidence from KG8 card containing orders from boss of smuggling ring to Cochin. Yeah, well, we can't even read that. I was thinking it might be the crossbow arrows. Neither hair sticks nor support stakes, they're actually crossbow arrows. So I was thinking that might be like, you can only get them here, but I could be wrong. It would have to be somebody who knew. Somebody who knew. Blade is definitely Alabastrian. Was this carried across country lines? Not the tape. Not the trump card. Probably not the crossbow arrows. Not that. That's Babal. Wire. Fires in Babal. Photo of Yatagarasu, which in this case is the traveling statue. Fountain spouts. No. Pick. Alabas Primitive Statue, 5th floor, Ambassador's office. There's a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. Wouldn't it be Mr. Cochin at that point? That's the statue swap plan? Well, it's a note to Damask 2. Request to steal the primitive statue handwriting matches that of Manny Cochin. Well, he would know about Babal, but how would he know anything about what's in Alabas? Pretty much. But he was around when this used to be Kadapia. We do know that Manny Cochin was around when Kadapia was one country, and not Alabast and Babal. So it still could be Mr. Cochin. It still could be Cochin. Besides, he's got layout of it right here. So I'm gonna try this one.
Take that!
Nope. But Cochin's dead. True, I thought it was maybe before he was dead. Never mind. Do we have proof of someone who was around when it was one country? We actually do. We have... We have the tape, but I don't think the tape shows anything at the moment. It shows coaching, and then an embassy car rolling away. So I don't think it's a tape. What did the calling card say? We can't read it, I don't think. I think it's just... Yeah, it doesn't say anything. It does have blood on it. I think it might just be the tape. No, as a description, evidence from KG8 card containing orders from boss of smuggling ring to Cochin. Okay, so we definitely know somebody else is involved. Hard boobs. Yeah, but it doesn't actually have the name of the boss on it. It just says, like, the boss. So it doesn't have the name. We need something that'll prove it's the name. Swordsman Andrew, thank you for the follow. Welcome, officially, to the Fox Den. We need something that absolutely proves it's the person I'm thinking of. In this case, I think everybody else here in the audience has figured out as well. Somebody who would have knowledge of the room. Thought it was the tape. Yeah, I thought it was the tape too. Because if we look at the tape... So we've got two sections of the tape, and one of them has the Kadapian embassy car driving away, which would mean that it would have to have been somebody who was in the Kadapian embassy back then that was in charge of the smuggling ring. And there's Cochin with the orders from the boss card in his hand. So I think this was when he was on his way to kill CCU. Go for the tape? We can try.
Take that!
That's not the tape. And we're losing health fast. I already have the piece of evidence that shows who that is. Just have to present it, no matter what the cost. Maybe it was the card. I think, yeah, we could try the card.
Take that!
It's not the card either, guys! Maybe it's as simple as the crossbow sticks again, and that just proves who it is. Alright, what proves... Who... Yeah, I mean, we could try it.
Take that!
Oh my gosh, it was the crossbow sticks. It was my first guess! And I didn't go with it! Oh, typical. This is why I didn't do well in math class. I would always get the right answer and then be like, no, it's too easy, there must be another trick. This smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had had the time to grow so big that Miss Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited the room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans tells us that the person has very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So, as you may have already guessed, the person I am accusing hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus, it can only be you, Carcass Alba. Ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary folk alike, I give you the mastermind behind everything that has gone on in this entire adventure. Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? I'm not the murderer. How do you figure that, Silver Fang? I'm certain of what I am saying, and I am sure that he is the culprit. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand you need to doubt me. However, there's one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? The one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. Well, we were warned about him, about how the ambassador was more dangerous than he seemed. I don't think it was directly warned about the ambassador, though. I just think there was, like, somebody we were warned about, but I don't know if it was the ambassador. I can't remember that, if that's the case. Maybe you have a better memory than I do. Oh, we are very low on health. We are extremely low on health. Yeah, one was hollow. The fake one used to be real, but has been swapped with a fake from Babal, was used as weapon. Yeah, wasn't this the hollow one? Hey, Blackjack's got a point. Maybe that's how he smuggled the knife into the countries. The knife that killed Cochin. I'll make sure I got this right. Because originally from Alabast, it was fake, but was swapped with the real one. Which one was the fake? Used to be real, but has been swapped with a fake from Babal. That is this one.
Take that!
I would fully understand the reasoning had the situation been the reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Primitive statue for the fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better to ask for that reason than King Primitive himself? I see. Ambassador, we'll be examining that statue now with or without your permission. He got quiet all of a sudden. Alright, now, if we're thinking correctly about this, a shield, huh? Doesn't seem to be anything unusual about it. I bet it's supposed to mean that the guy is protecting something. I don't think it's supposed to have that deep of a meaning behind it. In that case, what are we wasting time for? Let's look at some other area. Maybe the handprint. These are Mr. Cochin's fingerprints. The fact that they're on here suggests that this statue once belonged to Babal. So it was smuggled from Babal to Alabast, huh? Why was there a need for them to smuggle it in? This guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador? I suppose that's possible. Take a look at this area around the base of his neck. Looks like a gap. Hey, you're right. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret? Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in its construction. What? Hurry up and open it, Miles. All right, here goes. Wow, it really did open up. Hey, what's this thing that fell out? I believe a more thorough examination of it is required. Well. What in the... is this? It's a Pez dispenser. Hey, Is this what I think it is? It's a plate for making counterfeit bills! Somehow, it appears that we've at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates. And the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabas to begin with. Well, well, well. The primitive statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat, and the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Sheena, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damask too. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue at Damask II, and then, in order to frame the steel samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba? Now, Silverfang, how are you getting that from this? Hey, Sawyer Rabbit, how you doing? You're the leader of the smuggling ring? Hey, Lucafox, how you doing? Thank you for the host. My country is a mess, and it's all because of you? You're the one who killed Damask too? Answer us! Oh. Well, time to go throw my cat out. Not literally. Come here, Jade. Oh. So just to give you guys an idea of what's been happening, just now my cat has decided to jump on my computer on the other side of the room again and make a mess of things. So I am here to say, come here, come here, come here, come here. Oh my gosh. So, I'm currently holding her right now. She has opened up the browser somehow, and in the search bar is typed beep 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 over and over and over again. Hey, you little Dickens. Hey, you. Hey. Hey. Yeah, you. What do you think you're doing? What do you think you're doing? You're trying to get my attention. That's what you're like. Pay attention to me! You silly little cat. Funny Jade go. Cat was trying to go brr. How to overthrow the human masters. I'm cradling her right now. She is, for those who do not know, my cat Jade, she is one of the most friendliest and social cats I've ever met. When there's a big gathering at my house, she will always come out and she will come down and she will say hello to everybody. She's even friendly with a keyboard, very much so she is, when she wants something. What kind of cat is Jade? I don't know her actual, like, breed. She has tiger stripes. She's gray and she has black tiger stripes. She kind of looks like a mini tiger. A mini gray tiger. We need evidence of this cuteness. Submit a photo into evidence. American short hair? That's probably what it is. Thank you, Firecat. You would know, right? But she is one of the funniest cats. We've trained her to high five. Not sure how we were able to do that, but we trained her how to high five. She's currently looking at you all right now. She's literally looking at the chat. You want to say hello? You want to say hello? Do you want to say hello to everybody? You want to speak in the microphone? Want to say hi? Say hi? Say hi? Want to say hi? Oh, she's rubbing her head against it. Against the microphone. Oh, okay, all right. I know. You don't. Okay. Can I take you outside? Can I take you outside? So you're not like messaging people with beep 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 beep. Come on, baby girl. There you go. All right. Oh my gosh. Oh no, it's not just B, 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 B. It's Q. It's a bunch of B's followed by a bunch of Q's and then 3 1s. Oh, JD. JD. Okay. That's good. Alright, everything else is pretty good. You know, maybe she wanted Burger Queen. Barbecue? Could have wanted barbecue too, yeah. I'm so glad that she didn't, for those who can get her Burger Queen. I'm so glad that the cursor wasn't on Telegram, because I've currently got the Wild Abandon chat open. For those who don't know, I'm an admin for Wild Abandon. So I think a lot of people would have had questions if suddenly BBBBBQ came through to Wild Abandon. And I can imagine now Diffuse and Jinda and Diva messaging me like, Fox, are you okay? Oh no, I love my cat. She's just wonderful. But I gotta make sure that she... Wild Abandon BBQ when they ask. Yep, that's that's the plan. Oh, Fox, do you need medical attention? No, I don't need medical attention. Why would I need medical attention? I'm not hurt. Fox says meow. No, Fox says Trip, how you doing? I'm doing well, Sawyer Rabbit. We're about to unmask the true culprit behind the smuggling ring. So here we go. I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. However, there is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Cochin. Quite screwing around. Agent Lang, I think you have the wrong script. Oh, sorry. Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt onto a dead man. If there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Carcass Alba. It is not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang. Subjectivity? My conclusion is anything but, and is the result of logic and investigation. Logic and investigation? Only seconds ago you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. I don't think we can give such flip-floppy logic any real weight, do you? Uh-oh. It looks like you still don't get why I came back. Excuse me? Excusez-moi? You see, the reason I came back is so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you. What? Agent Lang, I demand an explanation! Sorry, sis, I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning. You did? I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the Ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around. Ah, so that's why you put on this big show to accuse Francisca of this murder. Using Francisca as the bait, you were able to gain us entry and investigative rights. Blech. Yeah, if I hadn't done that, I doubt the Ambassador would have given the okay to poke around. So that's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth. Neon Knight, how you doing? Welcome on in. Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening. I thank you. You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. The evidence detectives collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right? I don't know about all that, but one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him. Oh, you're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you? Hey, you were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guilt onto the sis. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me. Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring?
Objection!
Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity. Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like you to first see some of this thing you call evidence. I tell you, I knew nothing, really. I didn't even know that the counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue.
Objection!
You swapped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything. It doesn't make sense? Where doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense? Yeah. He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us. The proof that Interpol has been after which points this man as the ringleader. If we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? The trump card and the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. Let me fix my leaning face rig for a second. Needless to say, we Von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory, and by any means necessary. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma. And I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality? And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law and what is justice? That's what we're trying to figure out! And which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I must make by my own hand, here and now. Oh, crap. The path of the Yatagarasu, or the path of Manfred von Karma? There's only two routes to go. Do we use the trump card? and follow the path of the Yatagarasu? Or do we use the... or don't use the trump card? I'm leaving this one up to everyone in chat. What do you say, everybody? Isn't the trump card Von Karma's way? I think it's technically both of their ways, but you know. I'm saying use the trump card. Choose the path of Batman. Always Batman. Use it. What would Batman do? WWBD. I think the trump card is what we have to go with. Yeah, this isn't in the courts after all. That's a good argument, but even then it will have to go to court eventually if we manage to get this, you know, heard in a trial. I say jump out the window and avoid the situation entirely before your ex-wife shows up. Where did that come from? Okay. I guess time to swallow the pride and go for the goal. There is no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses into new territory. Oh, so you're using the argument of we'll just rewrite it. Okay. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this. Oh, I wonder what that card is. I have never seen that card before in my life. I am the law! Thank you, Judge Dredd. It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates. Oh? Is that what it is? This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG-8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Cochin. Oh! So, why do you have such a card in your possession? Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu gave that to you? Don't talk nonsense. And let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader? I'll have you know that the card is not the only thing I was given. What? This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG-8 incident. The KG-8 incident? The card and the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate. Very interesting. I must admit I am very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you have presented. The prey the Yatagarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man who has had free reign for 10 long years to simply walk away. Don't reveal plans to the old man. He doesn't need to know. Just whip out the hidden blade now. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me. So, what is this interesting thing you wanted to show me? The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG-8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a directives card from the smuggling ring. This is the section that proves that the card was used to relay an order. I mean...
Take that!
The card itself? As you can see, Mr. Coach. As you can see, Mr. Cochin is holding the card in his right hand. I never broke the law. I am the law! Oh dear. Judge Dredd lives on. So 1 second, let me fix my chair here. I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But that card and the one you have, just because they look like the same doesn't mean that they are, does it now? But there is a very easy way for me to prove that they are, in fact, one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. I never broke the law ignored me. A section of the text has been obscured by blood, but it's clear the writing is Kadapian. According to Detective Bad, silence CCU is what is written here, along with the method to be used and where she lived. The evil intent displayed in this writing will not go unpunished. According to Detective Bad, Ambassador Alba's directive cards bears the mark of a three-legged raven, or in other words, a Yatagarasu. I suppose this mark was the inspiration for their group's name, the Yatagarasu. This dark red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG-8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Kadapian government car. What? Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage, because that's what you can do on VCRs in this universe. This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Kadapia. Hello.
Take that!
Oh, maybe not. I thought I saw something, I'm sorry! Oh wait, he's talking about coaching. Okay, never mind. He's talking about coaching. Sorry. The shape of this pocket and the directives card in it. It tells us that without a doubt, this person in this car is Mr. Cochin. The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera, and with it we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. Oh gosh, it's his final form! You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at the time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove. How so? The Principality of Kodapia no longer exists. So naturally, all records from that time period also no longer exist. Watch out! He stood up! That arrogance. What he really means is he's already erased all traces of them. Are we finished here, boy? The only weapon I have left of me now is this piece of footage. There must be something here that I can use against him. Oh no! He fixed his posture! Oh, Ambassador Alba, I'm not done with you yet.
Take that!
What the? You know, sometimes arrogance leads to a heckin' fall. And, that's a very pretty medal, Ambassador. Where'd you get it? Ambassador Alba. Yes, what is it? You were once an army man in the service of Kadapia. And it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct? Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although, to be sure, as the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Kodapia. But now I am the only one who owns this particular medal. In that case, the only person it could be who is sitting in this car is you. How do you figure that? By the medal captured here in this footage. It is clearly the same exact medal as the one on your chest. What? Oh my gosh, is his skin peeling? What the heck, dude? You're freaking me out. This is how it will be, but I won't look back. See a doctor, sir. He's so friggin' old. His skin is just like... What is even underneath? Dash the Wolf, hello. How you doing? For this is the path that I have chosen. A nuke went off in Gadavia. Hey, Hot Fire! How's it going? You've moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth. Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me? It's almost looking possible, isn't it? For the lot of you to have come this far. It looks like I just might lose our little game this time. You might lose the game this time? You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador. Is that the fact? Very well. I've decided to confess and admit my guilt. You're going to confess? And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result. What the? Regarding the Damask 2 murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense. Oh, give me a flippin' break. Really? We're going with the self-defense argument now? You're claiming it was justified self-defense? Damask 2 attacked me, and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him. What a pathetic performance. I'm not giving you one. Oh, that was a burn. Wow, you two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times. Everyone in chat laugh inappropriately. Okay, I'm done. If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence. Wow. Fourth wall. Oh my gosh. You guys are great. It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked. What? I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense. Oh no. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should. But the mask, too, didn't have a single weapon on his body. Hold on. It's nothing to get worked up over, because I hid the weapon. You hid it? I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it's in self-defense. And I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek, my special bonsai trimming shears. Oh, it's covered in blood. He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. But that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense. Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth? Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so. Yeah, it's fishy. It's 100% fishy. No way. Oh, which reminds me. I guess there is still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on. Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you. Better question, what was worn while he got attacked? The murder at the Mask 2 was done in self-defense? In my trials, no man escapes his crime alive. Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten. And what is that? Ah! Miles, are you okay? That's what you mean. Extraterritoriality. That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastian soil. So any trials that is to be held will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts. Diplomatic immunity! Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this? Agents investigate. That's our job. The judgment of people who have confessed to their crime, that's the court's job. Yeah. And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts. That arrogance and your expression. That's nothing like the face of someone who is ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands. These crimes you all speak so seriously of, to me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabast has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game. These two layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides him. This is why he is one of those who cannot be brought to court. Well, we did have a Batman, but it kind of got ruined by Sheena And unfortunately, the real Batman is in another universe, and we're not exactly on speaking terms. You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers. Is there nothing we can do? You're not on speaking terms with Ford? Oh gosh. Well, looks like he's got us by the tail. Ow. There's gotta be a way to take this guy down. There's just gotta. Oh no, you two were such good friends. Is it a nice tail? Well, I mean, my tail's pretty nice. It's very floofy. I spend every morning grooming it down. I can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality. Yes, and there's nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him. Things a furry would say. Yes. I know. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of. But where are you going? If we can't even get an evil guy like him to stop us, if we can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? If the law can't help us, then I'll go as the Yatagarasu and take care of this myself. Don't you dare! Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry, that was a bit too harsh. I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. And he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job. What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack? Come on, everyone. We can't give up yet. Okay. I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up for even a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here. She's right! Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You're right, Kay. Very well. Let us reopen the investigation and see what we can find. Come on, Kay. Right behind you. But I guess it wouldn't exactly be just, huh? What's going on? Wait, I thought it was Burger Queen and Dairy King. Okay, then I'll go check out Babal a bit more, sir. And I have something that I need to investigate further in Alabast. Better make it snappy. He'll have those eviction papers here in just a heckin' minute. Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Passion Flowers data erased from my organizer. Suddenly we're talking about McFurries and McFlurries. What the heck? Ambassador Alba seemed agitated over something. Sense that there's something he doesn't want us to investigate. I'll go prepare the gear to kill the old man if you change your mind. I wonder why. There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastrian soil, we are unable to legally prosecute it. Cool! It sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want. And Murder Damask 2 run a smuggling operation and make counterfeit bills, apparently. But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Cochin and Babal. Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. But it's the same story over there anyway. Babal also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point, the ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country. Really? No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Wait, this is more a job for Agent 47. Yeah, but he's in another universe too. We're stuck with whatever's here. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here. So, I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights. But how do we do that? There has to be something here. These flowers were sent by Global Studios. Global Studios? That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. They have been producing hit after hit recently, so the studio is being remodeled. Oh, I read about that in the papers the other day. That mascot of theirs is also getting a facelift too, right? What's its name? You mean Mrs. Monkey? Mrs. Monkey? Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory. Ha! Never underestimate my powers of recollection. Assume that's available. Something over here, maybe? This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? Oh my gosh, there it is! Do you guys see it? Oh, that's cunning. Why is the knife in there? Hey, wait a minute. Ambassador Alba, why did you put a knife in your bouquet? Appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens? I don't know. Please correct me if I get that wrong. And roses. Wow, even you know the exact species? I never would have figured you for an expert on flowers. Ugh. It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me, I sound like some sort of botanist. So, what exactly is this yellow flower here? That one? I'm not sure. What? You don't know? As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. But I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before. Oh, goody! We have seen this shape before. It's on the knife. Babal's national symbol is the butterfly and Alabast's is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in a forest trick. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle on this knife! Ah! Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis, in the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. Ha! The flower motif. It looks like one of the flower petals is missing. Oh, and take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal. Then the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as the murder weapon. Boom! Alright, that's good. Oh, hello! Green Fox Killer Fox Killer? Oh no. Please don't kill me. That would be nice. Green Fox Killer 7811 7811. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Fox Den. How you doing? And oh my goodness. 18 months. That's like 2 stream babies. Bandolito and I had another baby. Oh my goodness. How you doing, Bandy? Oh my goodness, the frick you just said? Oh my goodness. Flowers are sent by a variety of people and businesses to celebrate the Goodwill event. Congrats, Foxolito and Foxolito 2. Oh my god. We have a sequel. I don't kill foxes, I'm a green fox that kills. Oh, okay. Well, welcome on in. How you doing? Even the Steel Samurai received some flowers from the ambassadors. There are so many bouquets here, it's like a wedding ceremony. I believe the flowers for those are for a slightly different reason. What do you mean? This event was supposed to be like a wedding between Alabasta and Baba, right? Actually, I believe they're more in a state of divorce. Okay then, this event was supposed to be their remarriage ceremony. I suppose you could call it that. Is there any... What happened to Kay just then? Kay, are you alright? I'm not sure what happened to Kay, but alright. Bandy, I hope you're having a good night, buddy. I really do. Let's check logic. Okay, Alba is agitated. He doesn't want us to investigate something. Renovations. Bobbly's embassy is undergoing renovations from top to bottom. Cochin's counterfeiting op used Bobbly's embassy's printing press and Bobbly's ink to make counterfeit bills. I don't think we can leave this room. Nope, we are stuck here. Been busy with the studies? Ah, yes. Hashtag StudyLito. G-Shep! Hello! Welcome on in! Okay. Bobbly's embassy is undergoing renovations from top to bottom. Examine everything situation? Yeah, it definitely feels that way. I don't know if there's anything else we could actually look at here. Oh, wait, there is actually one more thing we can look at, I think. Nope. Oh. No, already checked that. Check the flowers. This isn't checkable anymore. Doors, nothing. Check the painting. It's a backdrop they used in the Steel Samurai stage show today. I love the climax of that show. Steel Samurai, Sushi Slice! That was the first time I'd seen that special move. But, well, the German Ninja stage show's climax was much better, of course. Oh, is that a fact? That scene where he sang for Princess Misola and gave her those hair sticks? I could totally feel the love there in my heart. Perhaps the German Ninja is just more popular with female audiences? But Gustav, to let you know, I don't kill foxes. Nah, he don't kill foxes. Okay, so basically just gonna say, no, you can't come in. Got it. And check the flags. There's nothing here. That doesn't look weird or anything. Everybody do the side step. Okay, I think it's down to the logic now. Okay, so, guys, here's our logic. We have our culprit. He's agitated. He doesn't want us to look at something. But what does he not want us to take a closer look at? Cochin's counterfeiting operation used Bobbly's embassy's printing press and Bobbly's ink to make counterfeit bills. And then the Bobbly's embassy is undergoing renovations from top to bottom. Cochin's counterfeiting up. Alright, Firecat, have a good one. Take it easy. I mean, they might be. Hey, Firecat, thank you for the 10 biddies. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Well, they both have something to do with Bobolese, so let's... Uh-oh. I forgot. We have very limited health. We literally only have 2 chances. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save it right here so that we can run back in. Now it's gonna go out to the main menu here in a second. But that's okay, I can just hit continue. And from save point. Okay. I think it's down to the logic. Use Bobolese Embassy's printing press and Bobolese ink to make counterfeit bills. Bobolese Embassy is undergoing renovations from top to bottom. And Ambassador Alba doesn't want us to investigate something. Okay, here's where we get to play. I have no idea, so try everything. Aha! We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's presses, but the necessary materials, such as the Bobolese ink and paper, must have been hidden in a secure location. But what do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun? Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all. Right, so we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and Bill's disposal. And the reason Mr. Cochin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? Well, clearly... it's the one person who has been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation. From both embassies, the co-conspirator who is mopping up Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cochin. So basically, they were partnered up on this endeavor, and then Manny Cochin decided to take a whole different approach, and Alba was like, "You can't do that," and bang, bang, stab, bang, bang, dead. That just leaves the motive to kill Cochin. Alba could conveniently place all of the guilt for the smuggling onto Cochin. The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Cochin. Miss Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Cochin was killed. Then you mean Ambassador Alba is the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends. Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship? Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Paleno to be ambassador after the reunification? Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabast's Primadou statue. So Mr. Cochin hired Damas II to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Cochin? Oh, so Cochin was like, okay, you know what? I think it's time for new leadership, and was trying to overthrow Alba as the leader of the smuggling ring. It's definitely a possibility at this point. Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alabast, but Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right? Right. And that is what we must solve next. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Cochin was killed. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Bobolese Mr. Cochin. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is the only place they could have been seen together, which is in
Take that!
the Theatrum Neutralis. The only place that makes sense is here, at the Theatrum Neutralis. What? Here? The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that the both of them would have been in is here. But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land, so that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has. It makes logical sense, in which case it is a reason for us to investigate further. So what should we check out? Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records of both Alabast and Babal post-haste. Babal's records should be easy to obtain, however the problem will be Alabast. There is where the knife, yeah, indeed. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate.
Objection!
What? Oh, hi, you're back. I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth. Francisca. I have here the security footage from both Alabast and Babal. You will do well to take a look at its contents. You move fast. Avant Karma strives to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case. I'm sorry about earlier. We won't be beaten, because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he? Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime? So this video contains footage from Alabast immigration screening area. I really hope there's something in here that we can use. One way to find out. 5:21 p.m. 5:22 p.m. 5:23 p.m. Which minute's footage should I examine? 20. No, it couldn't. No, it couldn't be. That's it! That's it! I know how he did it! I know how he did it! Right here. Doesn't something about this lump shape strike you as odd? Will, how you doing? And Tyler Furlong, thank you for the tier 1 resub for 5 whole months! Yes, this is a classic, one of my favorite games of all time. How you doing, Tyler? Huh? Isn't it supposed to be this shape? No, there is clearly something odd about the bulge. And not gonna take that out of context. If only we had the push card itself. We could compare and confirm my hunch. Zaboops! Next, let us check the footage from Babal's security camera. I hope it shows us something good. We noticed. Okay, 5:25. There wasn't a single sign of suspicious person or anything. That, right there, is the contradiction. Huh? Did I miss something? You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country. Wasn't his body found in Babal? It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. Nice! Got some health back. Dark Side Town! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Fox Den. What was that? Uh-oh. Ambassador Alba. Oh, he's come with a henchman. I thought I had asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth. Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil. How you doing, Darkside Town? You've had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you've even achieved a new high score. See what I did there? However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done, and it's game over. No.
Objection!
Where do you think you're going at this time of night? After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. Hey, Gold the Floof, hello. Good night, sleep well, and sweet dreams. Talk to you tomorrow. Gold the Floof, have a good one. Casey Fox Fuzzy Paws, thank you for the lurk as well. So I am heading to the airport now to return home. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you. You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it. Hello? Oh! Ambassador Paleno. I can't believe he's back. Very well, if you insist, but please hire a linguist or someone. I will play just one more round with them and see what they want. Swedish Chef, Swedish Chef. If I ever suggest Swedish Chef as a voice, it can't ban me. Have you ever played Resident Evil? No, I have not. Ambassador Paleno. Mr. Edward. Ear bleeding, the return. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Stop the music. And now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question. That's more than enough because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Cochin. Oh! I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun. This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by. Alright, fam. Let's get him. Frankly, I still don't understand why I am being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabas the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Bobol. That is my alibi. So, that is your alibi? That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Bobol. Now that we cleared that up, I'd appreciate it if you would move out of my way.
Hold it!
Not so fast, punk. I said, hold it! What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question. You did, but you still have yet to really answer my one question. What? Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing. Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer. Miles Edgeworth, as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors, you are forbidden to lose. Of course, that is something I've understood from the start. That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he? Yes, I believe so. The goal of the first Yatagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader, my father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on through me. So that's why we've just got to catch him, okay? We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have at the truth now, shall we? No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. Alright, we already know we've got some holes in your alibi. Still don't understand why I'm being placed on blah blah blah. You under blah, 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 blah. But to get to the point, I was in Alabasta the whole time. Were you? What exactly did you do while you were in Alabast? I had a meeting with the Steel Samurai, and then I arranged a few files. Around that time, that thief who was sneaking in took me by surprise.
Objection!
Are you saying that it was the Masked 2 that made the first move? A high five. Yes, and it was after I was attacked that I hit him on the head with the Primitive statue. Unfortunately, he died from the blow, but it was an act of justified self-defense.
Objection!
Calling it that doesn't cover up what you really did. Cover up? No, my boy. I'm not covering up anything. I'm telling the truth. You weren't planning to admit to it, which is why you tried to frame the Steel Samurai. If you weren't an ambassador, I'd be letting my whip fly loose on you right now. I am terribly sorry that I didn't clean up the body better, but I am a busy man. I had a speech to give in the Rose Garden after that, you know.
Objection!
Yet despite that, you still had time to kill Mr. Cochin, didn't you?
Objection!
Whoa, he's using objection now. Man is evil, and I'm sure you are familiar with the facts, but Mr. Cochin was killed in the ball while I was all the way in Alabast. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi.
Hold it!
You're actually quite right about that. You insist that it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Cochin in Babal. And you are correct. Oh? I thought you would put up a bit more of a fight, but if you must concede to me, the only thing I'm conceding is that it's not possible for you to kill him in Babal. I am not conceding that your alibi is the truth. Oh, I see. However, no matter how you try, know that you can't crush my alibi. You would be wise not to underestimate a prosecutor of this country. We'll see about that. So Mr. Cochin was a friend of Ambassador Alba. If that's true, then why did the ambassador kill him? It's not like in the case of my father where he ordered someone to do it. The problem we have here is we don't know what their exact relationship was. Indeed, if they had complete trust in each other, then there is no motive for murder. However, both men were very selfish, and I believe that is from where his motive arose. Alright, we do know that he killed him elsewhere. So... When did they release this? I believe this was 2009, Vastila. Careful, yeah, I'm doing as careful as I can. We have the counterfeit plates, we have security footage. To the point, I was in Alabas the whole time. Can we use the security footage in this regard? So I believe this way is to Alabast. Yeah, because he has access to it. The problem with this footage... Careful, you can put an innocent man behind bars. Right. The problem with this footage is that he could contradict it by saying, oh, well, okay. But you didn't see me entering Babal. Maybe that's what we want to do. Maybe we want to trap him there. But then in that case, if we want to prove him wrong there, we would need the push cart. All right, Tovin, have a good one. Take it easy. Footage of the entranceways into Babal and Alabast from the Theatre Neutralis. I was in Alabast the whole time. Waffle Fox! Oh my gosh, that's a great username. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Fox Den. And Firemancer, have a good one as well. Take it easy. I'm gonna try the security camera footage.
Objection!
That was wrong. Did the footage show him leaving at Alabast from the theater? I think it was on the other way around, but I don't know. Okay. Simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi. Says I push this. The bulge is unnatural. I don't think that's gonna fly because we don't even have that technically. It's not even present. Comes down to motive. Simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. And that's true. You couldn't have been in Babal. Which means Koshin would have had to... Taking a Theatrum Neutralis can be seen in Mr. Alba's bouquet. Well, that's actually a good point. Maybe we can use that. I was in Alabast the whole time. Present. That is not true. Blackjack Horse has a good point.
Objection!
Still not right. Not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi. We have to be very careful with our health. Absolutely 100% careful with our health. I don't think we get another chance to replenish it. I literally think this is the final boss. I'm not sure, Invisible Name. I want to say that we can finish it tonight. I'm just like trying to think of a, you know... I'd like to see if we could finish it tonight. It'd be really nice if we could. Let me think here. Let me just think about this for a second. What? Hey, Dodger! Welcome back! How you doing? Good to see you again. Okay, there has to be... Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. I have an idea. I have an idea. I'm doing all right. Fantastic. Forgot I scheduled a meeting at 8. Whoops. Wait, we didn't press everything. And they were talking about the two of them. It's not a hypothesis. Either earlier, we proved it to be what happened. Well, let's leave that to one side for now. Because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive. Oh, so you really had no reason to kill Mr. Cochin? If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me. Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate it if you would take me seriously. I'm sorry. I suppose you're in a bit of a pickle? Very well. A game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I had no motive to kill. So now, let's see you disprove it. How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being? Well, I'm not gonna stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes. In that case, what motive would I have had to kill my co-conspirator? Well... What motive would I have had to kill my co-conspirator? Oh, I know! Beowulf, have a good one again? Oh, I know why. Because he favored Polano, and he was trying to steal the Primidu statue!
Objection!
If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Cochin had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess.
Objection!
I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument? I never use guesswork in moving my case forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Cochin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the theft of Alabas' Primidu statue. By killing him and pushing all of the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him.
Objection!
Uh-oh. You were saying, Avian? Are you finished with your hypothesizing? Excuse me? Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right? I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin. And now then, if you will excuse me... Wait! What? I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question. Ah! Please stop. Poor Xyland. That is something for Bobon to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to. That's a post. Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Polano. His face says it all. Alex the Blue Fox, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Fox Den. How you doing? There is no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Polano. Let's find some way to stop him from leaving. Hot Fire! Thank you for the follow as well. Welcome officially to the Fox Den. Follow you just for the voice? I live to please. It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home. What? What was that? Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba. Okay. Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yatagarasu's legacy will live on through me. Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving? You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this? No. No, and why should I recognize that tattered old organizer? Wait, where have I seen that before? That is a clue my father, Bern Faraday, left for us. Did you say Bern Faraday? Mr. Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG8 incident. The one in which he wrote about the Yatagarasu's key? Yes, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss Yu killed 7 years ago. I have no idea what you are talking about. You say that like it was related to me. Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did. What an amusing little girl you are. But that sort of trickery won't work on me. I Phantom Thief just in time. We're at the big finale. If you won't believe me, then take a look at this. And what is that toy there? This thievery device was used by the Yatagarasu, or rather by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy. What? These two pieces of evidence that hold information the Yatagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabast right behind you. Little girl, get to the point. I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these two pieces of evidence. Yatagarasu, ever's a thorn in my side. Okay, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings? It's nothing case-breaking, really. Then it was just a bluff. Even if it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Bad found go to waste. Plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. Those two pieces, aren't they keepsakes of your father? It's okay. I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end. Okay. When the going gets tough, someone's gotta be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. Thank you for the pets. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony. How dare you all, barring a person like me. Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please. Alright, but this is the absolute last. So, oops. Then, even if you use all the power of Ambassador Polano's office, you won't stop me. I can't let this opportunity Kay has created for me to go to waste. The last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at his Theatre Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabas the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. So you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Now, since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me. What an arrogant old man. Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us. I will warn you, though. You've reached the end of my patience. Oh gosh. Waste my time with any inane questions, and you will be punished. So, any needless pressing or presenting will cost more to our case. In that case, the only thing you can do is to present the correct evidence. Understood? Oh gosh, you only give me one chance? Of course, I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Cochin was killed before he returned to Babal. In which case, there's only one statement which I need to present the evidence. Oh gosh, is he only giving us one chance? He's only giving us one chance. Oh no. The last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabas the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. So you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Time span. Or was there? Let's, can we talk about the theater?
Objection!
I'd like you to take a look at this picture. Look at this photograph! It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations. Oh, it's commemorative, all right. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder. Come again? This is the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. I see you recognize it. As well you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it in among the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai. Meaning that you killed Manny Cochin here at the theater. It's time for me to catch my flight.
Objection!
We're not through yet.
Objection!
It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth, and everyone associated with you. But I thank you for the entertainment. No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again. That's right. This man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court. Yes, that's exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless cur. No! Extraterrestrial rights? Prokachu! Thank you for the host. How you doing? Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell. The courts. Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end?
Knuckle back!
What the? Agent Lang! Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Get out of my way! My plane is scheduled to take off soon! Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba. I don't want your gosh darn chicken wing ads! V6 Mango, how you doing? I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang. Sorry, but no, it wouldn't. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked. Oh! What do you mean, revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through.
Knuckle back!
Lang Shi says, before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Interpol headquarters in the Imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabas. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it. The Imperial household? You! What have you done? You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. What? 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 Effective today, effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this. The video the Atakarasu protected. You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of detainment philosophy, Lang Shi. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off. It can't be. I don't believe this. Yeah, pretty much just got the
You're fired!
my ambassadorship has been revoked. Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing. Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again. He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield. What a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him. Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador.
Knuckle back!
Do you really think you can still pull that on us now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba.
Objection!
No, I won't be stopped now. He still intends to fight us? So what if I am no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me? The fact remains that you cannot arrest me. I'd expect it no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Understood. You say that I killed Mr. Cochin in the theater? But even if it's true that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right? No, he's not trying to fight, he's trying to high five. That's why he keeps putting his hand up.
Besides, the claims that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Bobol? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous.
Objection!
I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war!
I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered, in Babal, right? There is no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal. Look, don't you think you have had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender too?
Not the back!
You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you?
As if I care.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, boot this guy out of the embassy and we can finally end everything. I know, and I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he is just another witness.
Yes, just another witness. All right, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy.
And get him good! I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony. Alright, what's this all about? Killed Mr. Koshin's theory using a knife that was stuck. So that's he's using that as he's using that as just conjecture. So that doesn't hold any water. I left the bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there. Fair. Besides, Mr. Koshin's body was discovered in Babal, right? There's no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to It's just a hypothesis at the moment, but
Objection!
oh, I hope this works. Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look.
What is that supposed to be?
It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area.
Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it? Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement. Thank you for the warning.
Crimson Tiger, hello! Now, if you could take a good look at this section here. How you doing, Crimson Tiger? This lump here inside the pushcart, do you know what's causing it?
Should I? Because I don't.
In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth in the pushcart. You killed Manny Cochin in Theatrum Neutralis and then stuck him in Larry's cart with the hot dogs. Or maybe you got rid of the hot dogs and he thought hot dogs were in the cart and he pushed it all the way back to Babal, where Sheena grabbed the body while Larry wasn't looking and dropped him in the office. Match
Take that!
point.
What is the meaning of showing me that?
It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Cochin's body. You had the Steel Samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene.
What a guess! But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it.
I admit that for now it is but a hypothesis, however.
If you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people.
What the? Sorry it took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Oh, heck yeah, gumshoe.
Gummy?
Detective Gumshoe, is that the Steel Samurai's push cart?
Yes, sir. I found it in the open air stage area.
So that's where you went.
He brought hot dogs!
The detective spirit that
Pops left with me. I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this worth anything to the case?
Yes, it just might play a major role in solving this case, Detective. But something isn't right. I thought the entire samurai family was in Alabast. Where exactly in the open-air stage area did you find this pushcart?
I found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir.
Oh? Well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Oh!
It's blood!
This must be Mr. Cochin's blood, which only goes to prove that Mr. Cochin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart.
Ketchup!
Well, that ain't ketchup for sure. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you.
I forced him to move the body into Alabast? What nonsense! Why would I bother to do such a thing?
You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babal. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast.
No!
If I can show you how you move the body from Alabast to Babal, then I win.
But you can't! The security between the two countries is incredibly tight!
I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after your return to Alabast.
Miles Edgeworth, have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved?
To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means
there is no question that can't be answered, right?
the Primitive statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit.
Well, let's find it. After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office.
Is that all?
Hey, Asar, it's been a while. Yes, that's all.
Objection!
It looks like you left out a few things, such as the murder of the Mask 2. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office. Those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so hate to waste time. What?
Is not every life precious?
Do you really need me to answer that for you?
People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society.
Then you'd better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction. He's really full of himself, isn't he?
Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this?
Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you'd like.
Okay. After I return to Alabasta, I'm a picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands.
Hold it!
So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around.
The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest.
Wow, so you do have a soft side after all.
The pain of a bad hip. Suppose none of you can really understand how it feels.
Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh?
But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over?
You did need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose. That's one heck of a magic trick.
The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech.
And I'm just gonna start pressing everything at this point. Hopefully something clicks. That Yatagarasu was just a trick that you had set up.
A most amusing joke. And how do you propose that I set it up?
If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the Rose Garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu's shadow.
Oh, that is an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me.
You.
What's it gonna take for you to fess up to anything?
Very well, then let's move on to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden?
Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then, once everyone was inside, well...
Press it, press it, press it!
Hold it!
And what happened after you returned to your office?
I don't want to keep on repeating this, however, upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into a mask man.
Objection!
And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was the Mask too. Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the primitive statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man. Being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue. Miss Von Karma is really letting her whip fly now.
Eek! I think the scary part is her silence when she's doing it. She must be at the limit of her patience as well. Physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. Oh. No. Miles, Edward... That's just not true. You're the king of finding contradictions. Come on, man, there's gotta be something. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he is actually guilty of anything.
Are we finished here? Miles Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved up a ball?
Sir?
Mr. Edgeworth? Even after proving so much, is he going to get away with it?
Is this the end? What the? Now who? It appears that we made it just... Larry!
It would be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle! Evil Magistrate, it is time for you to pay!
It's the Steel Samurai?
No, you are mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo-Old Tokyo! And this is Pink Princess Mommy! Edgy Poo!
No! The two people that I wanted to see the least. Larry? What are you two doing here?
Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just wanted to help ye. Yeesh. I'm gonna get the bad guy with a single...
Go away! That is the most straightforward Edgeworth has ever been with Larry.
How can you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us? Well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant.
Does that really matter right now?
Hey, is it just me, or is the Iron Infant completely soaked? Oh yeah, I found him in the wall, but he was in the middle of the pool.
Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said.
Huh? Oh, it appears that we made—
Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babal? I found it in a pool? I don't recall there being one in Babal.
Oh, that! Well, I was in Alabas the whole time, so I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babal. I thought I had lost him in the Rose Garden, but I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh?
Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure. But I found him in—
Hold it!
That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool? This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries. Larry found the smuggling route? On accident? He is literally Shaggy and Scooby-Doo rolled up into one. The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabas to Babal is... bilateral symmetry. Ah, that's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. There is a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. It is where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Cochin's body lies. Does something like that really exist, sir? An embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning that this is where we need to examine. There's a waterway right there, which means there. Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it.
It's too late. It doesn't matter now what you do. It's all a waste of time.
Not the back!
You will stay here with us and wait.
Wow, that actually shut him up. This is Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir. There's a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden. Just as I suspected. What is it? The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other, which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location on the Babalese side. Pardon me as I stretch. You can listen to the awesome victory music while I stretch. Got him. Mr. Cochin's body was moved into Babal through the pool in Alabast.
Objection!
Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any.
The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool, and not just any pool, it was the Babalese one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected.
Objection!
And where is your proof that the two sides are connected?
Objection!
The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned Iron Infant.
this blasted doll! Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back. Hey, don't tell me you guys figured everything out without me.
We did, thanks to this hero of justice's son. Even if he is just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain.
Not so fast.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, I don't want to say this, but it's kinda unlikely that the body just happened to have passed on through to the ball. This guy's a doll, and he's small, so I can believe it made it, but
He has a point.
yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that the dead body can swim through a pipe? You see, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over.
Agent Lang?
Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now?
He's not. He realized a flaw in my argument and is helping to move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer.
And another thing, Mr. Cochin's body was found in his office in Babal. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open-air stage?
Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babal, remember?
You mean Sheena, right?
With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up to the office.
Objection.
Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body? He's right. Miss Sheena would drown if she did that.
It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe.
It looks like your hypothesis about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because, from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body.
What?
Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements.
What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Sheena was in Babal?
Oh, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool.
Get rid of the water.
Aha! That's it! Now I believe this time we really are done, right?
Objection.
Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba.
You are a most persistent man. Are you saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water?
Move the body through the water? That is completely unrelated to how it was done.
Excuse me?
The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time.
What do you mean there wasn't any water?
Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved. That would be the fact that we had
Take that.
2 heckin' fires. Tonight, the Yatagarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Babalese embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe would be used to traverse the border.
Objection.
So what? The water level went down. The reservoirs were connected. Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this.
Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game.
I haven't lost yet.
I've found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat.
Not so fast.
Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route.
I know that.
I should have figured that you wouldn't notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway? I'll have you know those pools are extremely deep. And there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either. It would be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb up out of the pool.
Ladders or footholds along the walls? There was no need for such things.
What do you mean?
If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down in the pool at will.
Oh, it looks like you've got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already!
The way in which Miss Sheena and the body were able to rise up to ground level, if there was a way to control the water level, that could be the way the body was moved. This was used so that the body of Miss Sheena could move up and down in the pool. And that would be... auto refills the water when the water level is too low.
Take that!
Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts in a manner of speaking.
He used the fountain spouts? How so?
The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Miss Sheena and the body were lifted upward by their buoyancy in water. Stay life jacket. The fire on the Babalese side and the firefighting effort. These were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Cochin's body. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance in preparation of things to come. Then he took the pushcart that was brought to the Rose Garden and pushed it along with the Iron Infant and Mr. Cochin's body into the pool. At this time, Miss Sheena was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babal. She then made for the open-air stage's pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alabast into Babal. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. And up they came! And the water level rose up to its original level, along with Miss Sheena and the body. After that, Miss Sheena used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. There is an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see, even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Cochin's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. No! Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you? I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back. You accuse me of moving the body across country lines. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me. The nitty-gritty? What does the old man want now? Proof, I believe, is what he seeks. Yes. Yes. Proof. Without any who's to say whether or not any of what you said really happened. He wants proof? What are we going to do, Mr. Edgeworth? There is no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open air stage area, so too did I find one other item there. And that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route. This was another thing that was smuggled over to Babal's open-air stage area. Was it the knife? I have no idea. Was it the knife? It was the knife. It's totally the knife. It has to be the knife. Because it had to end up over there. This is the defining piece of evidence that will prove my hypothesis. Wait, that was wrong? Okay, it wasn't the knife. The pick was straight. Oh, you're right! The pick! I almost forgot about the pick. I almost forgot about the pick. Thank you for reminding me. Ooh, that was close.
Take that!
It was the fedora.
And what exactly is this?
You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the Bobbly's side will be your undoing.
A guitar pick? Would you care to explain how that is going to do me in, as it were?
Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick.
What?
This is something I found at the open-air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it, after all. But since you don't, allow me to fill in on what I found at the stage actually belongs to.
The knife.
It's not a guitar pick. Let us take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Kochi. On the handle of this knife, there is a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Now, let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick in that open slot.
It's a perfect fit!
I assume that the petal must have fallen off of the flower during Mr. Cochin's murder, and then it was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Cochin's body.
Objection!
That's an interesting story, nothing more.
Objection!
Oh, I assure you it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it.
It was wet, you say?
Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open-air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon, which was smuggled into the theater, wind up in the open-air stage area on the Bobbly's side of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Gardens pool on through into Babal.
Impossible!
The people of Zhangfa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba.
I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy. Why?
Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning. When you took your first life. No matter how you may plot or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you.
Objection!
You can't call what you've given a perfect argument. You know, I don't think this guy is going to ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth, because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with, or people who refuse to admit when they've lost, I don't believe those kinds of people really exist because everyone breaks eventually.
You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all of the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. This really will be the end of the line. We're finishing this tonight. This is it. Final hecking battle.
Miyako, how you doing? I'm doing well. How about you?
All right, I'm just gonna take a quick swig of water to help my voice, and then we're gonna take down Caracas Alba once and for all. Also, I need to stretch. Ugh. Oh, that's good. Okay. By the way, 10 out of 10 of voice acting? Thank you. He'll be 3 stories tall. Call the Power Rangers. Oh dear. Alright, let's do this. Whew. Okay. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. As if there is anything else for me to testify about. I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Cochin. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatrum Neutralis. Very well. I suppose I could tell you about that. Because about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show. Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to place this man under arrest, pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation. Alright. Time to take him down. Oh yeah, boss music's going and everything. I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, so I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? As those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart, I'll never forget them. So you were in the theater proper watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you? Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai. Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool, it's the Steel Samurai who was cool. Yeah, and the Steel Samurai's special finishing move today was really something, huh? Hey, Edgy! Who is she? Who is the super cute girl? Oh, gosh. She's been standing here this whole time and only now he notices her? Her name is Kay Faraday, and she's helping me in my investigation. Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never. Yeah, so, Kay, I'm Larry, but... Silence in the peanut gallery! There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this! Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle, you got that? I know. This is the end. For that man right there. Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. He cannot be forced to testify in court and he cannot be arrested. That's what he thinks. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth. I leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Have no fear. I will finish the job. This really is the endgame. We're in the endgame now. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies. And I already know exactly where we can go after him. Hold on. Actually, ex-Ambassador Alba, can you tell me exactly everything about the show?
Hold it!
Well, I remember the contents of the show as well myself. That's nice. That's nice? Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture. I wasn't planning to let him. Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. And didn't you think the climactic scene of today's show was just totally awesome? Yes, I remember that well. And that spectacular special move. The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate. Early summer rain jet. Wow. That's a big oops for ex-Ambassador Alba. Because we have several people here who could easily contradict that.
Oh, that scene will live on in my heart forever. Is that how it went? I totally forgot about that.
Wasn't it a sushi slash or something? You're exactly right. How can you forget your own special moves? That's a special attack that the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear.
Yes, and today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move?
I suppose you are correct, but if you could please elaborate on this point for me. One of the scenes was of his never-before-seen early summer rain jab. Okay, because he bent it, Larry couldn't do the early summer rain jab.
Objection!
The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer? Are you sure about that?
Objection!
You little irritating gnat. Do you think you can trip me up by asking the same question over and over?
That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this.
The samurai spear? What about it?
This spear actually never made it on stage today.
Excuse me?
Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. Yes, Larry, we're talking about you. Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Kay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai's special move was tonight?
It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash.
Correct. Because he couldn't use the spear, a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move that was used. Carcass Alba? You didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you?
Aha! So if he wasn't watching the show tonight, then it opens up the possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Cochin instead!
So where were you during the show? I demand an answer now. Just what is so funny?
You're so sloppy. And so are your conclusions. I still insist that I watched this show, or most of it in any case.
What do you mean by most of it?
Ah, you see, during the show I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assume that was when that dramatic scene was played out on stage?
That is the lousiest, lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, pal.
Just because he got the name of the move wrong. We can't really use that as proof that he didn't watch the show at all.
Yeah.
As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I wanted to watch the entire show, honest.
Objection!
As a Steel Samurai fan, for someone who wasn't even in the seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan ever! Who did that? What? Who was that just now? Yeah, we have 100% run out of people to yell objection. Oh.
It would be I, young lady!
Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that?
Edgy, just hold for a second, I beg. You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Samaniac.
That's the stupidest thing. What exactly is a Steel Samaniac, pal?
I believe he meant to say Steel Samurai Maniac. Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one because I'm the Steel Samurai.
Objection!
I will never acknowledge you as the true Steel Samurai.
What are you getting all so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth? It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well as he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was the most amazing show, filled with the spirit of the young, and the young at heart. The sarcasm dripping from his long, wooden nose couldn't run any thicker.
Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Mr. Manny Cochin.
You know what, Gramps? You're really something else. I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for? Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. That move is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about.
Wait. It was a secret? Larry, wait, what did you just say?
Huh? Did I say something stupid again?
Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret?
Well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show.
Right before?
Yeah, the stage director was going nuts before because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard. Early summer rain jab. That's kind of how we decided the name of the move.
That's where the murder took place. The dressing room.
But by that time, I'd already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kind of pointless. All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy. So basically, because we changed the move to the sushi slash, we kind of pretended that the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret.
So basically, a gag order was issued for publicity's sake.
It almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the move.
Objection!
Hold those lips of yours still. What the heck, old man? I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's also very tedious and a pointless exercise and wasting time, much like a kid's show.
Objection!
Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you.
How dare you!
I suspect that you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony.
Ha! So now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show.
Not so fast!
Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Carcass Alba. You were the one who said it yourself, that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. But that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start.
So? Just what are you driving at?
That the name of the move you told us was never used in the show or said aloud. Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move? Because I can only think of one way you could have known. Yeah, I'll tell you what was going on. He was in the dressing room, and that's where he killed Cochin. Carcass Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of the special move. You saw it. You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. the staff members who knew were keeping it a secret, so you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked, which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard. So that means that Mr. Alva was in the waiting room at some point, right? But what's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means. There's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room, so we can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and to Mr. Cochin's murder, and that would be the push cart. The push cart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the push cart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. And then, right after the show ended, it went into Alabast along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage. So basically, the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show. Precisely. Oh, but wait, what if, and this is just a what if the murder didn't take place in the dressing room? What do you mean, Kay? I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people. Hot, how you doing? Do you win yet? Oh, we're getting close. Are you winning, son? Anyone going into the private dressing room would stand out like a sore thumb. But despite that, the killer still managed to move the body with the pushcart. Correct. And it is because of the setup of the theater's dressing room. Scholar! How you doing, Scholar? That it would be the ideal location of the murder of Manny Cochin. Carcass Alba, during the show you went down to the dressing room. And I want to know why. Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room. I knew it! I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal! You got that? Arrest!
Objection!
Not so fast. What is it now? Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself? Explain? What is there to explain? I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. You got lost in your own embassy? I wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. This is the flimsiest excuse I've ever heard. You got lost in your own embassy, an embassy that you've been to multiple times. And that's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard. You punk! Still trying to get out of this? Do you really think that you can get away at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything you can do to stop him? Lost in his own building. That's an excuse. That's like me going to work and being like, hi, yeah, I've worked here for like over a year, and where's the bathroom? I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. If that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. It's possible that we may find new evidence there. Yeah, if Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure he'll find some new facts, pal. Oh, if we use Little Thief, we may even learn something from a recreation. We don't need to do any of that. What? Wolfie, how could you? I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else. And they found nothing? There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and it's that they found nothing. That's it. Hi, I'm on this embassy. Where are the basic amenities, basically? I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us. They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find.
And if there's no info to find defeated a little thief, then I can't do much to help either. Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder, I can't prove both statements to be true. Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no other course of action left to us? It would appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. Now, if you will excuse me, because of you people, I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one. Now who? Who was it this time? Oh no. Hold it right there, you whippersnappers. First Larry and now you. What is it with the scary mobster like scowl on your face, NG Poo? Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I've been meaning to say this, but all of you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're all leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely dust that I'm about to cry in. Why did you have to speak up right at this instant? But you know what, Edgy Poo? Cheer up, because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing. The most wonderful thing from you. It's so super special that I couldn't give it away to just anyone, you know. My special present of love to my sweet Edgy Poo. Are you ready? It's this. It's a box of those samurai dogs, right? Yes, oh, Edgy Poo here. Go on and eat one and you'll feel as right as rain.
You're fired.
Are we through here? Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgy Poo, tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you. I have no words for this. I'm not one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know, no sir. That thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good if I fed you and made sure you were nice and full. One day it's my dream to serve you some of my own homemade food. I mean, it isn't the desire of everyone to make sure that they're beloved never goes hungry. That's why I wanted to experience tell you a long time ago I used to do the most delicious meal ingredient in front of my own kitchen bed. Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do anything about her? There is no power on earth that can force that woman into silence. But I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. Even the box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. It had a special design on it, on its fan, like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. And when I ate one, it tasted just like all the rest. Oh, it made me so sad. Wait, a special box with a Hinamaru, fan on it? Never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. However, there it is. The red rising sun on this fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor. However, there is no such thing as a rising sun dog. This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. The rays from the rising sun may be just what we needed to point us in the right direction. A present? The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into the pushcart just to move them all. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then, you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. It's time to piece the final pieces of this logic puzzle together. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be, once we found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed. Samurai dogs, rising sun dogs, body in pushcarts. Box of samurai dogs were sitting in the pushcart. Body was in the pushcart.
taken from the dressing room. The fan's rising sun is filled in for some reason.
It's blood! It's Cochin's blood! It's on the hot dog box!
Oh my gosh. The leader of an international smuggling ring and counterfeit ring is about to be foiled by a hot dog. Holy smokes. It really was a level 23 hot dog. Actually, it leveled up. It's a level 99. It's a level 99 hot dog. Oh my goodness. Samurai Dog's body and push cart, which proves that the Samurai Dog boxes were in the push cart. The killer used the push cart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the Samurai Dogs from within first. Therefore, the Samurai Dogs that were piled up on the dressing room floor... Oof! Hi, and welcome back, Xander! Were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. Which leaves us with... that which should not exist. This box of Samurai Dogs with Hinamaru on it. If this red rising sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing dogs from the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm looking at something. Wendy Oldbag. I thank you. What you have given to me is truly something very special. Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir? Mr. Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Cochin in the dressing room.
How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence.
That arrogance, that self-confidence. You believe that you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away for good.
Ha! You're bluffing.
Oh. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sounds like you finally found them. You finally found the fags. We need to go after this guy's jugular. So tell us, what about that box of Samurai Dogs is going to put this old man away? The trace evidence that will bring him down? Why, it's here, of course. Right? 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 There! This box of Samurai Dogs with a rising sun fan on it. This should never have existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood. Huh?
What?
Blood, you say? Agent Lang, I'd like this blood analyzed, post-haste.
I've got to admit, I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe we found blood in a place like this.
I know, surprising, ain't it?
Hey you, get this down to the lab, pronto.
But why was there blood on that box to begin with? If we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said that you transported the Samurai Dogs with a pushcart, correct?
Oh, yeah. You have a great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean? So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. I figured the Samurai Dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart.
If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor? Ah, I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the push cart. Exactly. And that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box. But when my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there, because an embassy staff members had already confiscated them. Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder. It's a good thing Miss Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh? Looks like Miss Oldbag also managed to put this great thief to shame. What a scandalous way in putting that. I don't steal, I received it for myself. Wow, what an excuse. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it as loudly, Jägermeister. Sorry. Caracas Alba, I'd say this was one very fatal oversight on your part. He's laughing again. Sorry to rain on your little love fest. However, how can he be so self-confident in a no-win situation for him like this? Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cochin, then what? So, Mr. Edgeworth, it sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh? The sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime. That alone has shed light on a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room. And? You say that like it means something. Huh? Excuse me, sirs. Oh, forensics is back. Report. What were the results of the analysis? Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood. I knew it. With this Caracas Alba.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question.
Your question?
The one from before, or have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Cochin's blood, what difference would it make?
Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was that dressing room.
Objection!
But it doesn't prove that I am your killer, does it?
That's... He has a very good point. The blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba is the killer.
Then this evidence, it's meaningless?
That can't be! We were so close, sir!
Slush dog! Hi, Slush! I want to smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's gotta be something we can do. We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it. Saboops, Nurgle, Scritwolf, how you doing? I can't think of a single thing. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be... Who was that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now.
It wasn't me, pal.
And it wasn't me this time either. It wasn't me either. It was me.
Oh. Why did you...
Because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir.
There's more? What? Hurry up and spit it out.
Yes, sir. That blood I mentioned, it's not of the same blood type as the victim's blood.
What?
No.
What?
What?
What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell's is it?
I don't know, sir. All I know is that it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir. What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore.
Neither do I. Is it Alba's blood? Oh, you know what? I bet it's his blood. Oh.
If it's his blood, he's linked to the murder scene. He's done for. There's no arguing that.
My, what an amusing turn of events.
That blood drop proved something to be true, all right. Namely, my words.
And which one of your words would that be?
The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy? What sort of nonsense?
Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder.
So you would like to believe. But what if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then?
I guess that's possible.
Damn it! Have we been wasting our time on a red herring? The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clear enough. Carcass Alba, you bastard! Silence! Don't you ever address me with such a filthy word again! I've wasted enough time here with you, and you have your answers. Now, let me through. Alba, it doesn't matter where you run off to, you'll never escape me! Someday, I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs in you, you'll see! And all of my Interpol will be behind me, working to see to it that that day comes. Do you know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt.
Is this really the extent of all that we can do? Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility? Someone else other than the victim? Just when I thought I had him backed into a corner, it is I who has been backed into one. In a situation like this, what would that man do? What would he who can turn any desperate situation around do? Who are you talking about? Turn it around.
That's it! I must turn my way of thinking around!
It's not whose blood is this, it's whose blood could get onto the box like this. And if I think about it that way, if the blood got into the box when the body was being placed into the push cart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. And there is only one person that could be.
Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I was removed from center stage, and would be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me, not now or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me.
Objection!
Not so fast. Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you.
What do you mean?
Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful.
Pitiful? How so?
Carcass Alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who was trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact.
Have a good night, Silence. Take it easy. Thank you for being here.
Pitiful is the perfect word to describe you.
Mere words. What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth?
Just what you're thinking means, Kay. We had already caught him in our trap a while back, with an incredibly powerful, definitive piece of evidence.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Care to speak in English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence?
The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood.
But we know that it's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all.
Aw, thank you, Phantom Thief.
Miss Von Karma, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good. Then I believe you're already aware of what I mean.
Then, you know who the blood belongs to?
Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that sold this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person.
Take that!
Done and done. The blood of the rising sun on this box belongs to you, Kirkus Alba. What? What? Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even a victim. The blood fell onto the box when Mr. Cochin's body was being loaded into a pushcart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer.
So that's what you mean. If the blood doesn't belong to the victim,
Then there is only one other person it could belong to. Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion.
but Mr. Cochin was the one who was stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding?
What if during the murder, Mr. Cochin had fought back?
You mean if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Cochin managed to wound Mr. Alba?
Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves that he was bleeding then. And that evidence would be... the wound!
Take that!
Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound.
That was from when the Masked 2 attacked me with a pair of scissors.
Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room. But is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as a fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba, and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors?
Objection!
You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip you by, no matter how insignificant the possibility.
You want to talk, Mr. Alba? You've managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as the smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal.
Objection!
I am the master of my fear. However, the thing is that a person such as you could miss such a large thing.
You believe I've overlooked something?
You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Cochin, and that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right?
Yes, that is correct.
I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you will propose that such a weapon came from. This theater was packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort.
Not so fast!
Just as Mr. Alba was able to bring in an alabaster knife and a bouquet, there must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort.
But as long as you can't prove what that other way is, all your talk about Mr. Cochin stabbing me is pure nonsense. So if that other way does exist, you better hurry and tell me now.
With pleasure.
Wait, what?
This piece of evidence shows us how Mr. Cochin brought a weapon into this theater. Everyone in chat, I give you the smoking gun. The one piece of evidence that has been pivotal to the entire adventure.
Take that!
Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagarasu's key.
That key!
That's the knife, that's the key that my father stole from here 7 years ago. And it is very unique in that it is both a key and a knife.
meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into the theater. You couldn't dispose of the knife that stabbed you, therefore you wiped off the blood and placed it back in Mr. Cochin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. And inside that safe, there was a document about Kodopian paper signed by Mr. Cochin. In order to make it look like Mr. Cochin died as the leader of the smuggling ring, you had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened that office safe. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Carcass Alba? And that is what some may call the coup de grace.
Impossible. You can't take me down. Swine. All of you. Especially Manny Cochin. This is all because of that man's betrayal. He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador. Which is why he deserved to die while bearing the guilt for all my crimes for me. That's why I sent out the Atagarasu's card and how this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader who was killed by the Atagarasu. But I had yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close. I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling prosecutors.
Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there is one more question I forgot to ask. This country's or Alabast's, which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you. Oh my gosh, he blew up.
Ooh, this is it, the big day. It's Mr. Alba's trial today.
And next week he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Alabast. Francisca is heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes at it. Having to face Miss Von Karma in court right after facing you.
Having to face Miss Von Karma in court right after facing you, sir. Ugh, I don't even want to think of what that would be like. I caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted into the courthouse. And boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking. That flight attendant and even Mr. Portsman were all Mr. Alba's secret agents.
Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all of the incidents. Cammy Meal was to provide support during smuggling ops, using her job as an attendant. And Mr. Portsman was to manipulate trials related to the ring to end in their favor.
I fly airlines and even the prosecutor's office. No one was safe from the smuggling ring, huh, sir?
I suspect there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world.
Yeah, sounds like such a big operation that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like.
What is it, Detective?
Nothing. It's just, well, come to think of it, Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir.
I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring.
Ford!
But all of that has come to an end, as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny.
Ford!
I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society.
Well, with the arrests of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess that about wraps up the KG8 incident as well, huh?
I suppose so. The real killer in the KG-8 incident 10 years ago was Manny Cochin. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG-8 incident was Mackerel. He killed Mr. Dead Man. We'll never forget you, Dead Man. Those two facts are the unshakable truth. However, it seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I will expose it all at the trials today.
You're solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir?
CCU and Dead Man. I was just about to say. Oh man, I miss Dead Man. No, it's not Dead Man, it's Dead Man. It's clear. I love how we're saying this so seriously. CCU and Dead Man. Perhaps now these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. We'll place Dead Man right next to Charles's grave. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Polano. Shrimp, crab, beef. I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you.
What? Seriously, sir? Wait, actually, I don't think I want them anymore. The way you're holding them, don't tell me they're just coupons, sir.
Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Dead Man, come on, Capcom, get your act together. Ever since the two countries became Gaddafi again, its economy has changed.
Really?
And it seems that Ambassador Polano has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. They still can't understand him, but he's doing well. He has been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Gaddafi. Ah, but what a pity. Even though every item he sent is a treasure, you don't seem all that interested. Well, if you don't want them, I can give them to my lovely assistant Kay.
Wait, that's not what I said. So, Mr. Edgeworth, please let me have them, sir. Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she's still not here?
Really? Hey, you've got to be more alert than that. I can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit.
I totally didn't notice you or realize that voice was you. Lang Shi says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring.
Agent Lang, pleasant surprise to see you here.
It's been a long time since I set foot in a courthouse, but I wasn't gonna miss watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. Well, that and something else. I want to see you in action in court.
Is that so, Agent Lang?
We flushed out all the counterfeit bills, so Zhang Fa is finally at peace again. And it's all thanks to you. So I just want to say, thanks.
Wow, I never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth. I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case.
A shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong. I'll still never forgive you prosecutors. And I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court.
Yeah, typical cop.
I've always done things on my own way, and that's not about to change. You got that?
I see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job.
Yeah, and if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. But as for me, I'm gonna get that person no matter what.
Alright. It's about time for the trial to start. I will see you later.
I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this. I prepared a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, sir.
I'll help throw some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins.
Hope you've got enough because I'm going to go call my men up as well.
A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. The scene shifts to the courtroom, and the final act of this long tale begins. The legend of the great thief Yatagarasu. It's a story of those who chose to... I couldn't finish reading that. Thank you, game. Prosecutors are those who seek a guilty verdict for the defendants they meet, and to that end you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced on me since I was very young. However, I no longer think that is all we prosecutors do or something. I can't read, it's too fast! Even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I've set foot in one. And today, more than any other day, I feel the fight within me rise. Hey! We did it! I forget what voice I gave her. I am really in Mr. Edgeworth's debt. Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Oh, so about my suitcases. I've been selling them on the internet, and they've become a real sensation. Thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern. The airline has chosen me to design their new line of iFly jumbo jets. Oh no. Just think, someday you will be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-seated jet. Well, art's art, I guess.
Edgeworth? Ah, that rudeness of a rude man. Because of him, my time and money is wasted. But the more importantly, I received the most fantastic treasure, the primitive statue of the Principality of Codopia. It weighs a bit light in my hands, but the Ambassador Belena was most generous.
So he ended up with the fake. Beauty in the eye of the beholder. Exactly.
We finally caught Agent Hicks's killer, and I was able to witness Mr. Alba's teary eyes. It feels good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer from Interpol to work another case in cooperation with them. However, the Kodopian courts await. Kodopia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my whip should find new vigor there.
And yes, there is a post-credit scene, so we're sticking around for that. I wonder, Imagine, I really do.
This little patrolman has been fired as of today, sir. I thought it was safe since we found the gun I had dropped. But I hadn't noticed that I had dropped my police badge, too. I guess what really broke the camel's back was that I couldn't find my badge. My little life has suddenly tripped into a dark black hole, sir. I think I'll go to the courthouse and file a complaint with Ruffles, man.
Good to know you're still a loser. And we have our forensics friend.
I was actually able to talk to Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did. Then I've gotta get going and return to Europe. I've still got a long way to go and a lot of stuff to tell you there. Next time I help Mr. Edgeworth on a case, he's gonna do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's gonna need all the help I can give him scientifically.
Yes, that was the voice we gave her. She's Sylvester Stallone, I believe.
Because the kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy. But I won't be going outside much anytime soon, but that's really okay. The only prison I'm forever trapped in is the cage of love. The guard down at the detention center, well, when he's on guard duty. He has such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. Me too. Ah, stop it, Lauren. When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love?
Good job with little voices. Oh, thank you, Luca. I try my best. Wow, we're checking in on the judge.
It appears that all sorts of drama takes place outside of the courtroom. Since we judges are here day in and day out, I've only heard a few rumors, but apparently Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something.
Are you judging the judge? Maybe I am. Oh gosh, I forgot what voice we gave her. Oh no. I have no idea what voice I gave her. It was like a nerdy voice. Ew, I barely escaped death yet again.
Yeah, but boy, we were lucky to have Mr. Edgeworth help us out, huh?
Yeah, but because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job.
Don't let it get you down, Maggie. You still got me.
You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm gonna pick myself up and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Oh, this is actually kind of fun. Try not to get into any trouble with it, please. Why are there so many dabs? Ford. Please, go away. Oh, heck. Poor Xylanth. Hey, it's CNC Games with a raid. Hi, we just solved a bunch of murders. Welcome in, raiders. I can't believe that Mindy ditched me and went to Japan, but it's okay because that's how I met Miharu. We're planning to go to Paris soon and start a business. We're gonna sell Blue Ocean dogs. They'll sell like hotcake hot dogs for sure. ZNZ Games, how was your stream? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Blue hot dog and a blue bun. I guarantee it'll do something. I know I'm not really the type to work a lot or at all, really, but... Oh, so I noticed that I really haven't seen the guy in the blue suit at all recently. I wonder what's up. Well, the next time we meet, I'm gonna make him meet one of the dogs. Or my dogs. We solved like 5 murders at once.
Today I give testimony in court today, as a member of the Anaglasu. Yo, Mr. Bad, you look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed the elements within the ring have begun moving? They're probably fighting over who should succeed, over who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smuggling ring. Lang Shi says, thoroughly bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet. Ah, youth. When did I become so old, I wonder? I've begun noticing the gray hairs in my beard more. I'm thinking of retiring my mirror.
Was good? Sleepy wanted to send peeps to you before collapsing. ZNZ Games, have a good sleep, and thank you for the raid! Welcome in, raiders, by the way. I am the Fox in the Fedora. For those who do not know, I'm a fox, I wear a fedora, and I go on all sorts of crazy adventures, aka play games for you. I'm a variety streamer. I was the Pink Princess and the Pink Badger all in the span of 2 days. Talk about busy. But it's alright, because I got a letter from my beloved Edgy Poo. Please take care of your hip, and when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece. What does he mean by that last statement? It's not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time I see him. I've been an alien and some creepy fuzzy pink animal, and then I was the Pink Princess and a great hero dressed. But ever since I was young, made out with establishment, and although it's more perfect, what are my own customers? I mean, it sounds like a terrible idea.
It was a restraining order. Woo! I feel so much better now that the trial's over. And as always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir.
Yeah, and nothing beat the look on Mr. Alba's face when he revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step into a courtroom.
Mr. Edgeworth is always 10 times fiercer in court.
Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, they've begun large-scale operations to clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Francesca and Agent Lang.
So, what are your plans now, Kay?
Oh, well, we've taken care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know. Maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant.
Are you still trying to steal my job, pal?
Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, Gummy.
Phew, what a relief.
Okay.
Yes?
Even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief?
Of course. But I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu, so I'm going to hold off on doing anything until I make a tight 3-person team of my own.
A 3-person team?
A 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me, if possible.
With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the 2 other people you need.
My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, the only things I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. I'm going to work extra hard to make a world where the Yatagarasu isn't needed.
Let's both strive for such a future.
Well, I guess it's time for me to get going.
I see.
Kay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? And don't be a stranger.
Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window and sneak in.
If you could, I'd appreciate it if you came in through the building's front door.
It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. The lock on my window at home has been broken forever.
Oh, one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture, just the 3 of us.
Yeah, commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one.
No.
Hey, why not?
Don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth.
Of course not, Detective.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm taking the picture now. Hey, come back here.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from us from this, sir. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Stop that. I can't be seen doing that.
Okay, I'm totally taking it now. Say cheese!
And thus, the long tale of the KG-8 incident came to a close. Saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there is a little time to rest and relax, for I am eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is I want to pursue the truth, and I want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed. All right, and thus we have reached the end of an adventure. One of my favorite games of all time. It does drag in some places because, again, it's very like, okay, yeah, press this, submit this, gotcha, oh no, rebuttal, back and forth. But it is one of my favorite games of all time. One of the best mysteries out there, I think, in my opinion. Hey, morning, Derek Hale. How you doing? All right, guys. I think it is time to put on the music and roll on out of here. Boop. 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 Alright, guys. So, let's go over the Wall of Love, shall we? I want to thank Z&Z Games for the raid of 6. Saboops. Jägermaster has the raid message we're gonna use. I want to thank Hot Fire for the follow, Alex the Blue Fox for the follow, Waffle Fox for the follow, Darkside Town for the follow, Tyler Furlong for the Tier 1 resub for 5 months, Firecat for the 10 biddies, Bandolito for the Tier 1 resub for 18 months, Green Fox Killer 7811 for the follow, Swordsman Andrew for the follow, Zoo Boys for the follow, Firemancer for the gifted Tier 1 sub to Dodger, Battling Bear for the follow, Colfie Cola for the follow and the raid, Wolflink for the Tier 1 resub for 6 months, Blackjack Horse for the follow, Beatlesman421 for the follow, Fletcher K for the Tier 1 resub for 4 months, Gunnar Gonzalez for the follow, Thomas Theodore Fan for the follow, Wingsong for the raid of 3, Firewall Protogen for the follow, and I believe that takes care of that. And yes, here you go, Jägermaster. Short one. There you go. Alright, guys. I'm gonna go find somebody to raid. And if you could please stick around for the raid, I would really appreciate that. Let's see who's currently streaming. Oh, let's see who is on right now. Who haven't I visited in a little while? Could go bother, Okay, I'm gonna take you guys over to Barkus B. Barkus B, I don't think we've raided Barkus before, but Barkus is a really good bean. So we're gonna go say hello to Barkus B. And as always, guys, you've got the raid message right there. Pudding is a nice dessert. Oh, I love you too, Brittany. I love all you guys. Thank you for being here. This was so much fun. I hope you guys are going to have a fantastic week. As usual, I will be back on Sunday, and on Sunday we're gonna have another community day, and we're gonna play some Fall Guys. I'm gonna try out Fall Guys because I haven't tried Fall Guys before, and I keep hearing all these great things about it. So we're gonna play Fall Guys on Sunday. Dino the Doshinjo Dragon for the last second host. Thank you. Alright, guys, as always, you got the raid message. Spam it when we get to Barkus' channel. As always, keep being awesome. Keep being you. And as always, guys, I love you. Every single one of you. Thank you for being part of this online family, this online Twitch family. I will be on Discord, the subscriber-only Telegram, and Twitter if you need to reach me. Until Sunday, guys, have a fantastic week. Keep safe. Keep healthy, all that good stuff. I'll see you around. Bye! Oh shoot, I forgot to find the one lawyer who knows about possession.